them in, and then I'll tell you when they start flowing in.
Oh. We don't want to record now, though, do we?
Let's.
It's how long have you used QuickBooks Online? And we have 84% of you that have answered that question. So those of you who haven't answered that question, if you'll take a moment to go on and answer that question for us. And while you are doing that, I am going to go on and get my screen prepared so that I can get started with the meat of our webinar. Oh, we have some more folks coming in. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see either the screen that says QuickBooks Online Webinar, August 8th, 2023, and also answered the poll. And so we're going to go on and close out that poll in about 5 seconds. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And thanks for participating. And so now you should also see, hopefully on your screen, where the results of that poll, and that's going to be very important to just see who is really here and their expertise. And so we have quite a few people, over 60%, over 70% actually, that have used the QuickBooks 5 years and less. And then we have 2 individuals who I would say are experts if you've been using it for 5 years or more. So I may have to call on you. And then we have another a fourth of folks who have never used QuickBooks Online. So again, thank you for participating in that first poll. And I'll take that off the screen. And so you are in an introductory level of QuickBooks Online. And so again, those of you who have used it for more than 5 years, this is going to be very basic for you. And then those that have used it in that 1 to 5 year time frame, again, it's going to be basic. There's going to be some things that you've probably been using for those whole, number of years that you've been working with online. But then we have a very important group, 21%, that have never used it. And so at times you may feel that I may be going a little bit too fast for you. So we will try to keep it at a pace to keep our advanced participants as well as make it comfortable for our novice participants. So it's definitely a balancing act. As Christopher said, my name is Sandra Taylor-Sawyer, the director here at the Clovis Community College Small Business Development Center, but we are all a part of a great network, the New Mexico Small Business Development Center. My background is that of a QuickBooks ProAdvisor. I've been a ProAdvisor. It's been over 10 years. And when I started with QuickBooks, it's when they were using the QuickBooks 2.3 and 3.1. And now they go by the years. And now we're online. So it has definitely evolved from those first 20 plus years that I started. And it can have its quirks to it, just like anything else in life. And it has its positives to it, just like anything else in life. I am a business owner, as well as I do have a degree in accounting and a doctorate in higher education administration. So we are going to talk today, going over just converting QuickBooks Desktop to QuickBooks Online, and we won't spend a lot of time on that. We'll talk about navigating through QuickBooks, the importance of that chart of account and what that actually means. We'll talk about products and services, how you pay your vendors. We'll deal with customers and those sales transactions. And then we'll talk about classes, locations, tags, and projects. I need to include that in there as well, too. So that is a very aggressive agenda for today. But as Chris has said, do make sure that you put in your questions in the Q&A. We appreciate it. And Christopher will address some of those questions. And then some of those questions we will also just answer in the general time where I will set aside for that. So, you know, the odds against a small business really isn't favorable. There have been studies done, especially by the Small Business Administration, that over 20% of small businesses fail in the first year. And then in the first 5 years, 50% of those that remain fail. So the odds of success do go up when you really can understand your books, when you can read your financial statements and you stay on top of that. So as I said, the first thing we want to talk about is for anyone who is, let me ask this question and you can just raise your hand. Is anyone still using QuickBooks Desktop? And I'll give about, so I have a few that are, okay. So that may be that 21% that has never used QuickBooks Online, right? And maybe you're looking at going from desktop to QuickBooks Online. So the thing that I will definitely say about this is that there are definitely tools in place that can help you go from the desktop to QuickBooks Online. And yes, it is a step-by-step process of conversion. However, I really implore you, really encourage you to seek the advice of a ProAdvisor. Yes, you will probably have to pay for it, but let them actually help you do that conversion, because there are things that will be in your desktop that you don't want to carry over to your online. And it's better to take care of it at the first step in desktop and then move it over to online. So you can go to, actually, we can, I'll have Christopher put this in the chat. And Christopher, it was, let me go back up. It was this link to how you find an accountant, a ProAdvisor.
Oh,
that can
sounds good.
help them. Yeah, so it's on that. I don't know if you have that slide, but it's on slide 6. If not, I can give it to you at the break. Okay.
I got it.
Okay, thank you, sir. All righty. So let's talk about QuickBooks Online and which subscription level is good for you. So some of the benefits of going to QuickBooks Online is that, and this is one thing that I like, I have I use an Apple at home for my personal business, but here at the Small Business Development Center at the college, I use a PC. So for QuickBooks Online, it really doesn't matter which operating system or which device that I'm using. I can always access QuickBooks, and it's just really great for me. The other thing that's great for online is that it is cloud-based, and I'm sure a lot of you do know what cloud-based is, but that's basically where your data and the actual operating software, the QuickBooks Online, is in the cloud. So you don't have to have a hard drive or deal with jump drives or DVDs. I don't know if anybody still uses DVDs. I do. I still have a DVD. Or any other type of external storage space to keep your software on. So that's really great as well too. Online also allows for multiple users to access with their own individual username and password, which is really great. And then of course, Intuit does have that bank level 128-bit SSL encryption. So basically, your data is safe. So there are five, but we're just going to talk about four different subscription levels for QuickBooks Online. And it starts out for $15 a month, and it goes all the way up to $100 a month. Now, Christopher did send you all a link, and I believe he also, he did also put it in the chat where you can actually copy that link and go to the SBDC and Intuit partnership, where we can give you a greater discount on your subscription if you haven't already paid for it. If you've already started your subscription, you can't take advantage of this. So this is if you don't already have a QuickBooks Online. So right now, QuickBooks is giving you 50% off for 3 months. And then the code or the link that if you go to the SBDC Intuit's partnership, it is actually 30% off, but it's for 12 months. And you can kind of do the math to see where there's a savings. So there's Simple Start, there's Essentials, there's Plus, and then there's Advanced. And we're going to talk about each of those. So the QuickBooks Online Simple Start is where you can track your income and expenses. So basically, Simple Start, to put it this way, is really just like your checkbook. It's really your checkbook where you are paying for the different expenses, the different costs that you have, and then the income that you have coming in. It can, which is great, and all the programs do this, is where you can take a copy or take a screenshot of your receipt with your phone and then upload that to your QuickBooks Online account. And really great because now you don't have to worry about all those paper receipts. It also will allow you to track mileage, and this is great, especially for those individuals, for if you have this type of business where you need to track your mileage. So you can just make sure that you have the app on your phone, and when you're driving, make sure that you let it be open all the time, if that's what you choose to, or you can wait until you're driving, you know it's a business trip, and you can actually give the app permission to like track your location as far, and also track your mileage. So that's great as well. It will track sales tax. So sales tax for us here in New Mexico, and I think that's all we have is just New Mexico folks on this webinar. And so it's gross receipts tax for us. That's what we call it here in New Mexico. And so QuickBooks will keep track of that for you and allow you to calculate your sales tax. It will do basic reports that you will need to know, and your profit and loss is a very important report because that's the document that you will use to take to your accountant so that they can prepare your tax returns and see how much money you owe the Internal Revenue Service, right? And it also helps to maximize tax deductions as well too. We also, with Simple Start, it will also help you with your 1099 contractors. So these are businesses that you hire to do work for you. And if you pay them $600 within between January to December, then by January the following year, you have to send them what's called a 1099 form. And so QuickBooks will help you keep track of that. And Chris, you stop me if I need to address any questions, okay? So the other subscription is the QuickBooks Online Essentials. And it does everything that Simple Start does. It will cost you $30 a month. But the additional things that it will do over Simple Start is that it will actually allow you to do an accounts payable. So if that's what that is let's say you get your bill from your telephone company and you want to go on and enter that into your books, but just not pay it just yet. You're going to pay it maybe next week or in 2 weeks or by the end of the month. So with Essentials, you can go on and enter that bill. And then when you run any type of report, like a profit and loss report, or even your balance sheet, that bill is going to come up even though you haven't paid for it yet. And it just helps you to really be able to make better management decisions because your financials are going to give you basically real-time data. So that's what that accounts payable will do for you. For those of you who are exporting your goods or services and you're dealing with multiple currencies, then Essentials is for you because you can prepare invoices in dollars or in pesos if that's what you need. It also allows you to do recurring transactions. So let's say that you have an invoice that is basically the same or very similar that you send to your customer every month. So instead of creating that invoice every month, you can actually save it and tell QuickBooks in 30 days, I want you to prepare this transaction, this invoice for me. So that's what the recurring transactions is. Essentials also allows you to track time. And so when you have your employees and they do work for a particular customer, a client of yours, then you can actually track the number of hours that they spent with that particular customer and be able to actually use that tracking time in some of the transactions, the invoices that you would send to that customer. Delayed charges and credits. Again, let's say that your customer wants a particular product, a piece of furniture, or maybe whatever they need, and then you go on and purchase it for them, but you don't want to charge them just yet. You want to maybe charge them in 2 weeks from now or something like that. So delayed charges, that's what it allows you to do. And then the time tracking, unlimited users. The Essentials will allow up to 3 people to have their own individual login and password, which is really great. Then the other subscription level, which is the most popular, is the QuickBooks Online Plus. It does everything that Simple Start and Essentials does. In addition, it will connect to all sales channels. So, and I apologize. So let's talk about sales channels. Sales channels is your eBay, your Amazon, your Spotify. Those are sales channels. So if you're using any of those, if you use Online Plus, regardless of what sales channels, if you use all of them, you can connect all your sales channels to your online subscription. Whereas in Simple Start, I think you can only do 2, and then Essentials, it may be 3 or 4 sales channels that you can do. And I should have talked about that earlier. I forgot about that, so I apologize. Also with Online Plus, you can have an unlimited number of users that can have access to different reports. So if you have a really large workforce, and each of those people need to, maybe they need to see how much, let's see, what is the profit and loss for a particular customer, then they can actually have access to that report, but that's the only thing that they can do. They can't make any entries or do anything else. I don't find a lot of small businesses that use purchase orders, but if you do, this is available. Class and location tracking, we'll talk about that later. If you want QuickBooks to keep track of your inventory, you want to have Online Plus because it will keep track of that. It can also do budgets. If you're wanting to do a budget, and that's all a part of planning, and we definitely talk about that when we visit with our SBDC clients, that you do need to do projections. That's a budget. And so QuickBooks Online Plus will allow you to enter those budgets. Two-sided items, and just really saying where you can, when you are entering a purchase that, let's say that you purchase a service from one of your contractors, and then you are going to charge your customer, of course, for that service. So the two-sided item means that you can record it as a purchase that you paid for because you hired the contractor, and then you're going to sell it to your customer because it was for your customer, and QuickBooks will allow you to record that item as a two-sided transaction. So that's what that means. QuickBooks Online Plus is for 5 users with separate email and user ID numbers. And then of course, there's over 65 reports. Then Advanced. And Advanced does everything that all the other 3 that we've talked about. In addition to, it allows you to have unlimited general ledger accounts, classes, and locations. Whereas the other online subscriptions, you're going to be limited to 250 accounts. It also allows you to have enhanced customized fields. It also allows you to have 24/7 support and training from Intuit. And this is a US-based support person that you will have. You'll actually have a dedicated account manager that will help you with your online account. It also will sync automatically, well, not automatically, but it will sync to Excel. So a lot of your reports, like your profit and loss, your balance sheet, your sales report, within QuickBooks Online, you could have it sync with an Excel spreadsheet and vice versa. So you can have that Excel spreadsheet, and you can actually make changes in Excel, and then you can upload it or sync it, I should say, to your online QuickBooks account. The other thing, let's see, revenue recognition. So I'm going to try something new, Christopher. So let me know if it works. I just want to pause and just show a quick YouTube video on revenue recognition, which is another feature within the QuickBooks Online Advanced. So Christopher, let me know if this works. Let's see.
Hi,
So
this is Jason.
let me pause it. So do you see the the YouTube page? Christopher, did you leave me? Or shall I ask? Okay.
With QuickBooks Online Advanced.
So if someone will let me know either in the chat, if you can see the YouTube page. No, you don't see it. Okay, so let me stop sharing. And let's do it this way. Okay. Now you should be able to see it. Let me start it back up. Okay, cool. And I'll turn it up too in case it's not loud enough.
Hi, this is Jason from the QuickBooks team. With QuickBooks Online Advanced, you can record a payment from a customer for services you'll deliver in the future and then recognize the revenue over time. Let's go over how to turn on the revenue recognition setting, then set up a service that you'll invoice for once and recognize the revenue for each month. Then invoice a customer for the service and look at the revenue recognition schedule. First, select Settings, then Account and Settings. Select the Sales tab, and then select the Products and Services section. Select Revenue Recognition and save. Then select Done. Now that you've turned on revenue recognition, you'll see new options when you set up a service item. Select Settings, Products and Services. Then select New Service. This business offers a membership where they invoice customers once for a year's worth of lawn mowing services and then recognize the revenue every month. Name the service. Enter a description you'd like to appear on invoices you send to customers. Then enter what you charge for the full term of the membership and assign an income account QuickBooks will use when it recognizes your revenue over time. Select the checkbox, I recognize revenue for this product monthly. When you invoice your customer for the service, QuickBooks uses this liability account to categorize the funds you'll receive. Then over time, QuickBooks will automatically decrease this liability account and increase the balance for your income account. Name and other details like normal. Then enter the service in the product service field. QuickBooks automatically enters the description you recorded earlier, but you can customize it here. Use today's date or any date after today as the service date. Right now, you're invoicing the customer for one full term of the membership, which lasts a year. It's important to remember that the quantity is not the number of months you're charging them for. It's how many full terms you're charging for. Fill in any remaining details and select Save and Send to email the invoice to the customer. Let's take a look at the invoice and see how QuickBooks tracks revenue over time. Select View Revenue Recognition. And QuickBooks displays when you'll recognize revenue, what the balance of the liability account will be, the amount you'll recognize, and the total amount you'll have recognized at that time. QuickBooks recognizes revenue at the end of each month. Now you're ready to set up and use revenue recognition in QuickBooks Online Advanced.
All righty. So if some of you are saying, I have no idea what he's talking about. I have no idea. That was really probably for my more seasoned folks on the line. And so that's okay if you don't understand. The other reason why I wanted to show that is also to let you know that there are several different videos that QuickBooks has available for you that you can use. So let's go back, and you should see my screen on QuickBooks Online Advanced. So that was the revenue recognition. So again, just another feature that this has for you if you decide to go with the advance. Okay. So let's do a little bit of participation here. Let's talk about which QuickBooks Online subscription who has based on these different scenarios that we're going to do. And what I want you to do, and you can do this just in chat, you don't have to do it in the Q&A. I want you to tell me which QuickBooks Online subscription that you think this falls under. So here we have an individual, one-person business. They sell cosmetics and their only venue of selling it is at house parties. They want to keep track of their income and expenses. They do not have any inventory, and all of their expenses are paid via a credit card. So which online account do you think that is? So I think the majority of you have it right. I think one person did not get it right, but that's okay. But it is our Simple Start. And as I said, this is actually, okay. You know, let me stop this just real quick. I think I have gone into the wrong one. Let me just look at this real quick. Okay, I guess I was in the right one.
A lot of Simple Starts.
A lot of Simple Start. So it is Simple Start. So I guess I forgot to change that. So again, the amount for Simple Start is $15 a month if you go with the 50% off for 3 months. And I believe for the 30%, I can't remember, but it's going to be a little bit higher monthly, but you get it for 12 months, which again, you do the math, it's going to be cheaper, right?
We lost your screen, Sandra.
Yes, I took it off because I was looking over. I just failed to put in one slide, and I thought maybe I was in the wrong one. So yes.
And does each version offer access for an accountant?
Yes.
Okay.
So each one will allow you to have, like Simple Start, I believe it's 2 accountants, it may just be 1. And then, of course, advanced will allow you to have quite a few accountants on their own individual login. So it all varies. Okay, so let's do the next one. So this is a dental practice, and they need to do a third-party billing. They have a third-party billing software besides QuickBooks Online. They record revenue using single customer names. They accept bills by check, and they need to have 3 people in their office plus their CPA. So which one do you think that one is? So if you all want to put that in. Not quite, Lindsay. Anybody else want to try? Yes. So it is actually Essentials. So Essentials is, if you do the 3 months, it'd be $30 for 3 months, and then it'd go up to $60. If you use the SBDC Intuit partnership code, it'd be $38.50 for 12 months. Okay, let's try another one. So this one, we have an interior design firm, and they have billable expenses, which means that they buy furniture for their customers, and then they are going to then sell it to their customer, but they want that billable expense item to carry through once they purchase it to when they sell it to their customers. They do have inventory that they want QuickBooks to keep track of, and they also want to track their revenue by the different designer to see how much, their people are bringing in, right? And they use budgets and time tracking also. So what do you think? Yay! I think you all are getting the hang of this. It is the Plus. So it'd be QuickBooks Online Plus, which again is the most popular. So the last one is for a mortgage company. They need to be able to track appraisal value for each of the homes that they sell. They also need a customizable drop-down loan list. And they need the contact person who they are going to contact to appear on all of the various documents that they have. So, which one do you think that is? Exactly. It is advanced. So $100 if you do it for 3 months, or $140 if you do it for 12 months. So yes, if you decide that you want to start out with QuickBooks Online Essentials and then move to maybe QuickBooks Advanced, you can do that. Let's say that you start out at QuickBooks Online Plus, but you're like, I really don't want to keep or have QuickBooks keep a record of my inventory, and I really don't care about some of the other features. So yes, you can downgrade and go from Plus to Essentials. Now, when it comes to Simple Start, if you do start with Simple Start, it is not going to be an easy transition from Simple Start to any of the other 3. It is a different, I don't really talk computer language, but because I'm not a programmer, but platform or whatever, it's a little bit different. So it's not going to be an easier transition, but you can transition to it. Okay. Christopher, do we need to pause before we go to the next topic? Or
yes, we did have a question that asked that this person's probably a bookkeeper or an accountant, but they needed a version that could offer more than one account. So maybe they're doing more bookkeeping for more than one business. Is that enterprise?
Yeah, that would be enterprise.
Okay,
And it's going to be a little bit more that you're going to pay. And probably, I would probably recommend that you just have, for each business that has their own separate EIN number, they should really have a QuickBooks Online subscription. So I'm not sure, I don't think that's enterprise. Unless you looked it up, Christopher.
I know with enterprise, it's more like for an accountant, but I don't even know if they offer that option anymore. They changed so
Yeah.
rapidly. But yeah, like you recommended, probably get a different subscription for
Yeah,
each.
you have to get a different subscription. And I'll look it up on the break. I really don't teach essentials. Not essentials, I'm sorry, enterprise. It's a lot more industry specific,
And then
what the
Carrie,
enterprise is.
and then Carrie says that she doesn't see advanced as an option when she goes to QuickBooks website.
And it depends. If you just put in QuickBooks Online Advanced, then you can get it that way.
And I do see it. Let me put a link in the chat for you, Carrie, because you might be in like a third-party website that's not into it.
Mhm,
So I put a link directly to the different subscriptions,
mhm.
but these aren't the discounted ones for they offer for SBDC. And then, well, Carrie says she's using self-employed and she's
Okay.
not sure she's using the correct option.
So self-employed is an entire different subscription from the 4 that we just went over. So definitely, if you go from self-employed to one of the other ones, it is going to have to be a totally separate subscription. I'm
So
trying to think if I have someone who had self-employed.
I have somebody with self-employed and it's basically just a check register.
Right, and I don't know if there's an option, Christopher, within that self-employment to upgrade. That's what I was getting at.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
That one's a very, very simple one.
Right.
Carrie, if you need to invoice or you're doing an accounts payable, accounts receivable sort of thing, self-employed's not for you, but if you're just tracking your income and expenses,
Mhm.
probably right for you.
Yeah, exactly. And we won't go over self-employment in this webinar.
And let me see one more. I know Julian wants to know how to upload receipts. So when we get to that point, if you could demonstrate that for you.
And I don't think I have that in the demonstration. But it is on your mobile app. So you can actually download the QuickBooks app on your phone. And then of course you'll have to log in to your QuickBooks Online account. And then it has, let's see, I'm not sure if I can really show it on my phone, but there will be an option to upload receipts. Let me see if it'll come up really quickly. And if not, then I'll go on. I want to do that. Okay, I'm going to try to put this up and let's see, I can't even see my screen. Let me try to find my screen so I can see what you guys are looking at. Oh, I guess I need to turn my video on, huh?
There we go.
Okay, I don't think it's gonna work. No, it's not gonna work. Let's see, let me try one more thing and then I'll go on. Let's see, video settings. Let's take off this. Okay, Let me see if that'll work. Oh, no, I don't think so. Oh, there we go. Barely, sorta. Nope. No, you guys can't see that, can you?
A little bit.
Well, right here where my index finger is, there is a snap receipt. And you just click on that and it'll go to your camera. You just hold your receipt up and take a picture of it. And then you just tell QuickBooks, let's see. Use this photo and it'll upload your receipt. And then when you go, once it's uploaded, then you can attach that receipt to that particular transaction. So if it was a gas receipt, and once that gas transaction downloads into your online QuickBooks subscription, then you can tell it to attach that receipt to it.
Perfect.
And when we get in the bank demo, we'll talk more about downloading transactions and stuff like that. Another question, Christopher?
We have 5 more and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Will there be anything in this webinar that will cross over, can be used with QuickBooks Pro Desktop?
Actually, we just went through it. So when you want to convert your desktop to online, I said, make sure that you reach out to a pro advisor. And that's really about it. So this is really QuickBooks Online. We have talked about doing a QuickBooks Desktop webinar, and I can't remember where we are with that, Christopher. And I know we do have some face-to-face training where we would do QuickBooks Desktop. And that's right now, we've only done that so far in the Hobbs SBDC.
And then Megan just wanted to inform everybody that when she needs to upload receipts, she uses the attachment function at the bottom left of the screen. So I guess she's on the desktop. Yeah, on the desktop.
On the desktop.
And then Beverly says, I believe there's an online accountant version to manage business customers. I think they call that the enterprise version, but it might be for accountants.
Well, for accountants, that's where you do. The accountant can choose to be a pro advisor, but yeah, they would actually sign up as a QuickBooks accountant. And when you sign up as a QuickBooks accountant, then you have access to all of your clients' online subscriptions that clients give you permission for. But this webinar is specifically for business owners. So Intuit has an entirely different program for pro advisors. So if you are an accountant, then I highly recommend that you reach out and sign up for Intuit's Pro Advisor. And that's where the accountant would come into play. Okay.
And then one last question. If I'm self-employed, this video will not help me in my business area. And I think that's a no, but I'll let you take that one.
No, if you're self-employed, I would probably say go with Simple Start as a subscription. You could also do Essentials or Plus. It really depends on what your business is. So if you have inventory, you could still be self-employed. So you could use Plus, QuickBooks Online Plus. So when QuickBooks came out, okay, I'm not trying not to drag this on, but when they came out with self-employed, their whole purpose, and I kind of wish they would not have called it self-employed, was really to catch those businesses that was just a one person, no employees, no inventory. You probably provided a service, and all you really needed to do is keep track of your income and your expenses. That's really all that is. Now, by definition, when you look at the Internal Revenue Service, And when they talk about self-employed, that is just a one-person run business. They're the only owner. But you could be the only owner and have a McDonald's franchise and still be self-employed. Okay.
Perfect. Thank
So
you.
it kind of gets terminology. You gotta love it. Okay. Are we going on?
Yeah, let's continue.
Okay, cool. All righty. So let's look at navigating QuickBooks Online. So in the chat, Christopher, I don't know if you wanted to go on and enter the different, how they can get to the test drive online practice.
Yes, let's put that in there now.
Okay, and just do the reader, don't do the advance. Okay.
And you just have to attest that you're not a robot.
Right. Yeah, and that's just right now, if just to let you all know that you do have access to a test online account where you can go in and you can play, and it's not going to hurt you at all. Not going to hurt your actual data that you have in your subscription, your QuickBooks Online subscription. So QuickBooks highly recommends that you use Google Chrome as the browser for your online subscription. Yes, you can use Firefox, which I have used Firefox. I don't use Internet Explorer, and I can use Safari too. And I don't use Microsoft Edge. They will work. However, Google Chrome is probably the best. And so in the chat, Christopher has put in the link to the demo company. And for the rest of this time, we are going to be talking about Craig's Design and Landscaping Service business. And that's what that test drive company is based on. One of the things, the other thing, and this is in your material as well, there's also a test drive for the advanced subscription level. And so again, you can go on your own and really just kind of play and look in what you see or what's available in the advanced. And again, you can play with it. Really great. So to get into your QuickBooks Online subscription, of course, you will go to the QuickBooks address there for your online company, or the login, I'm sorry, for the online company. And you will just put in your user ID and then your password. And this is where, again, any of your other users that you have assigned to QuickBooks, they would do the same thing. Okay. So to set up QuickBooks initially, QuickBooks will send you through a wizard. And this is where it will just ask you a series of questions, like the name of your business. What category does your business fall under? If you want to convert your QuickBooks desktop to QuickBooks Online, this is where you would do it in this wizard. And then what elements of your business that you want QuickBooks to manage for you. So if you wanted to do inventory, as we have in this example, then you would just click on this little box and say, yes, I want you to manage the inventory. And going through this little question and answer period here will allow QuickBooks to actually set up your online subscription where it will fit your business. Okay. And then it's just a simple fact of just following the prompts on the screen. What role that you're going to play in your business. So if you're the owner, or maybe you're setting this up for your bookkeeper, or let's say the accountant is setting up your business. So I have done that as well as the accountant. I've set up different people's businesses, or maybe it's something else that you're doing. So whatever role that you're going to play. Okay, so this is what the QuickBooks Online interface looks like. Depending on which subscription you have, and then how QuickBooks will give you different features, this screen may look a little bit different. However, there are going to be pretty much the things I'll talk about next will always be on everybody's screen. And the one thing is over here to the left, this is what's called the navigation bar. So regardless again of what subscription level you have, you will have this navigation bar. Now, some of the elements or features in the navigation bar may be different depending on your subscription from time to time, but pretty much you're going to have this navigation bar. The other one is over here to the top right. You're going to have the help, where you can do questions, where you can do search, and where you're going to have the gear icon. So this would be pretty much in everyone's version of your online subscription. So if we were to click on the gear icon, and that's what this is called, is the gear icon, then you're going to get a screen that looks like this, where you're going to have your company as one column and things that you can do under your company. The next column is lists. The next one is tools, and then profile. So let's look at account and settings. So again, we got there from the gear. Then we click on account and settings column, and then we get, excuse me, then we get this option. So we have company, billing and subscription, usage, sales, expenses, payments, and advance. So we'll click on the company. And on the company, then we get another screen. And this is the screen. Hopefully you all can see it. So for those of you who have a logo, did you need to say something, Christopher?
Oh, I was just going to tell you, yeah, we could see the screen.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. So if you have a logo, then you can go on and upload your logo here in your company information box, which is really great. Depending on in the wizard, whatever you put your company name as, it will appear here. And then some of you may have a company name that may be different from your legal name. And again, you would have put it here. You can also enter your EIN number as well. If you don't have an EIN number, then you can enter your Social Security number. The company type, this is what tax form you would use. So if you are in the Internal Revenue Service eyes, a self-employed, then the tax form that you are going to select will be a Schedule C. However, I would say don't worry about that. That's something that your accountant can help you with. So one of the things that we really do push here at the Small Business Development Center is that you do need to have an accountant, a bookkeeper, a tax preparer. And definitely from time to time, you will need to have an attorney. Now, just with my background, I know a little bit of law but I haven't sat for a law exam. But I know a little bit of law. I am an accountant, but I'm not your accountant. And here at the SBDC, we will not do your tax return for you. We will help you, walk you through it, understand it, probably even giving you some recommendations on the different type of legal or tax structures that you may need. But we highly recommend that you do seek the advice of an accountant and an attorney. Okay. The industry would be next, your contact information, and then your address. Okay. Then the next option under account settings is your billing and subscription. So right now it shows that we have the QuickBooks Plus subscription. So we can either upgrade our plan, so we can go from Plus to Advanced, or we can downgrade our plan, go from Plus to Essentials. Or because we're in the trial period, we can also cancel our trial period, which I probably never will. If I was looking at QuickBooks Online for the first time, I would definitely take the full 30 days that they give us for that trial period. And then, of course, it tells you what you're paying. Then for those of you, and we'll talk about payroll later, but if you're wanting to add payroll, you can do that. The T-Sheets is actually already integrated into QuickBooks. They also have added a live full service if you're wanting to hire Intuit bookkeepers to help you do some preliminary setting up, then you can do that as well. Okay, so that's the billing and subscription. The usage. This is where QuickBooks will tell you how many users you have already assigned and what's the max that you can have. So because again, we're QuickBooks Online Plus, we can have 5 users. We have only used 1 of the 5. And these 5 users do not include the accountants. Okay, so these are users, these are your employees or whomever else that you want to access. It could be the owners, what have you. And then, of course, the chart of accounts, and we'll talk about chart of accounts shortly. Here you're limited to 250 chart of accounts. And probably being a small business, you probably really shouldn't have a lot of chart of accounts. Anyway, question for another time. All right, so the next option is our sales. And when QuickBooks talks about sales, it's really any and everything dealing with our customers. And so we have invoices that we will prepare for customers. We have sales receipts. We do, for those of you who are going to do inventory, if you're going to send out statements to your customers, how you would customize the look and feel, the messaging, how you're going to deliver those sales documents to your customers. This is where you would turn the on and off features of those things. So the sales form content, what you will give to them, products and services, if you're going to charge a late fee, the message that you want on your sales form. Let's say that you, all of your customers, or this is what you chose to do because you send out invoices, you only deliver it via email versus printing the invoices and then mailing them to them, and then statements. So this is basically what the sales feature is. So the next one is the expenses. So this is money that you are paying to anyone except your employees. So anyone you're going to write a check to. And again, it's an on and off that you can provide or that you can select here. It also has purchase orders for those of you who have purchase orders, and then whatever message that you want on those purchase orders. Another one is the payments, how you want to receive monies from your customers. So QuickBooks has a payment. They have actually two different ones, where I think it's Go Payment, I think it's called, where you can pay into this basically service, and you can receive your payments instantly from your customers once they pay. Or if you just email them an invoice, then your customers can click on that invoice and actually pay using a credit card or electronic, or a let's see, I want to say AC, what is it? I can't, the bank transfer. I can't think of what it's called. So either way, they can,
ACH.
thank you, ACH, yes. So they can pay either one of those ways, but then you may have to wait a couple of days before you actually get your money in your checking account. Okay. All righty. Then we have our advanced settings, and our advanced settings really are what's internally within our within our QuickBooks Online subscription. So the first thing, and I'm not sure if you guys can see this, it's kind of small, but it's accounting. So when does your fiscal year start? So for most of you, it probably will start January. Some of you may have an April fiscal year or a July fiscal year. And if you do, this is where you would change it. Which accounting method do you want to use? You have two options, accrual or cash. Closing the books, I would say that's definitely a conversation you want to have with your accountant. So I would just keep that off. Chart of accounts, if you want to use account numbers, and I'll show you that here shortly. And then for those of you who have plus or higher, then you can actually use the option of tracking by class or locations, which we'll talk about later. Automation, you know, once you tell QuickBooks that you wanted to create an invoice and you put in that client's name, then automatically items from the last invoice will automatically fill in. So like the account number, maybe if you had a particular message, that would automatically fill in. So that's what that is. Projects we'll talk about later, but this is where you would turn it on. Time tracking we'll talk about later. We talked about the currency earlier. Again, that's with plus or higher subscription, and then just some other preferences. So the one thing on the other preferences I want to show you is this one at the very bottom. Not sure if you can see it, but it says sign me out if inactive for 1 hour. So QuickBooks Online automatically, when there's no activity, it's going to close you out. Now, if you're doing different things and you don't want it to close out after 1 hour, you can change this up to 3 hours. So I just wanted to show you that. Okay. All righty.
Sandra, do you want to
Yes.
take a quick break? I think we're getting requests.
Oh, yes. Yes, we could do that. Will a 5-minute break, or do we need longer?
I don't know. If you want longer than a 5-minute break, put it in the chat for me.
I don't even know what
5 minutes is good.
in 13. Okay, yes, we've been going for an hour. All righty. Do you have a timer, or do you need me to set a timer, Christopher?
I'll put one up.
Okay. All right. Hopefully everyone's back.
And Sandra, we've been getting a lot of questions about self-employed, which is an option that doesn't automatically pop up when you're looking for subscriptions. So I'm gonna chat over the link to Intuit's website talking about self-employed.
Okay.
And it looks like the major benefit is that it works with what they call TurboTax self-employed. So it's, if you wanted to use TurboTax to prepare your tax return, it looks like it's the only version that flows right into TurboTax other than QuickBooks Desktop.
Okay. Cool. All righty. So let's finish looking at, see, I already did the advanced settings. Oops. I don't think we stopped the recording, did we?
We'll give the video watchers a 5-minute break too.
There you go. All righty. So the next option here is to manage our users. Let's see. Just make sure my screen was correct. And this is how you could give your users what control you want your users to have. And so there are basically two different users. There's a standard user here, and then a company admin user. And so with the standard user, this is where you are going to limit what they can have access to. You can also create users that only have access to reports, like I was sharing with you, or even just time tracking. So let's see. So to manage users, again, under the your company, we had clicked on the gear icon and went to account settings, and went to your company, and then under account settings, there's manage users. And once you click on that, you're going to get this screen that has come up. So you will see at the top, we have one user, which is you, the master admin person, and then the number of accounting firms that you, the owner, have given permission to have access to your online account. And right now that's at 0. So we would just click over here to the right where the add user button is. And then of course it would give us these options that I had just talked about. And right now it lists Esther as the master admin. This person is active and the date that it was added. Okay. So another feature under the your company is where you want to customize your form, your different forms. So here we can customize our invoices, our sales receipt, to really however I shouldn't say however you want it, but you have a lot of features to pull from. I'll say it that way. So you can, QuickBooks does come loaded with different templates. So if there's a template that you kind of like, but you want to make some changes to it, you can go on and bring that template in and then go on and make some changes. Like if you wanted to add your logo, you can do it here. If you want to change the color of the invoice, a different font, where you want different items placed on the invoice, you can do it here. So you can really play around with it. So it's pretty cool. Then the next option is your chart of accounts. So your chart of accounts is really, it's really the backbone. It's the engine of your business. And your chart of accounts consists, or your chart of accounts affect every transaction that will appear in your financial statement. And you can access your chart of accounts using your gear icon. You can also access it from on the navigation bar. There is a line that says accounting. And if you click on that accounting, then I think the first option is chart of accounts. Okay. So let's see if I want to go live. Yeah, I think I do. So I am actually going to go live and show you the chart of accounts. Christopher, do I need to pause? It seems like there's a lot of questions.
No,
No? Okay.
no.
Okay. All
We were
right.
just discussing online essentials versus
Okay.
self-employed.
Okay. Very good. Ah, it changed it. Got it. Because I have my own online account, then what QuickBooks does is it wants me to log into my account, and I don't want to do that. I want to go to the sample account. So give me a moment and let me just go to chat because you have the link in chat.
While you do that, Sandra, I'm going to chat over a link to the IRS Self-Employed Small Business Tax Center,
Okay.
because that might be helpful to those who aren't sure if they're going to file their taxes as a Schedule C or as a corporation.
Sheesh. That took a moment to get to. Apologize, folks. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay. So when you go to the practice, the test drive online subscription that we have for you, of course, it will ask you if you're a robot. And I'm sure you all have seen this before. And sometimes it'll have different pictures. So you identify the motorcycle or where is the fire hydrant? And you have to click the pictures. So anyway, so here's our sample company, and it's Craig's Design and Landscaping Services. So over here on the navigation bar, where it has accounting, and then we have chart of accounts that popped up. So this is one other way to get to our chart of accounts. So we'll go on and click on that. And you guys don't have to go there. It'd probably be better if you just look at the screen here. So your chart of accounts, as I said before, are all of your transactions that you are going to do in your business. It has to be assigned an account. And your chart of accounts, just like your financial statements, is really broken down into 5 categories. So the first category, and we can send you this sheet. I'm not sure if you've already sent it out, Christopher, but it's that 3-page document, or yeah, that talks about the financial statements. And if you didn't get it, we'll get it to you. But the first category of chart of accounts is your balance sheet accounts. And your balance sheet accounts consist of your assets, your liabilities, and your equity. So those are the the first three categories with your a chart of accounts. The last two categories are what we would look at when what we would find when we are looking at a profit and loss statement or income statement. And those categories will be income and then expenses. So those are basically the 5 categories within your chart of accounts that's also tied to your financial statements. All righty. Did I confuse you guys? Okay. So if I did, or if it's like, oh, I'm really not sure, that's okay. You can still use QuickBooks. But we really, really recommend, especially for our first-time business owners, that you set aside time to take the first semester college accounting class. So each of the community college and branch colleges offer that class. This is August, so classes will start towards the end of the month. So it's probably still a good time to get in. It is a 4-credit-hour class. It will be time consuming. You can take it as an audit, but as a business owner, I highly recommend for you to have just that other level of success in your business, that you take that introductory to accounting class, because it will give you a deeper knowledge of understanding your numbers, what they're telling you, so that you can make a good business decision on your business. All righty. So back to chart of accounts. I'll give you a quick accounting 101 conversation in the next 5 minutes. So as I said, your chart of accounts will have a category that's called assets. Your assets are made up of things in your business. So these things, as you see on the screen, is your checking account. For this business, they have a savings account. There's an accounts receivable. So this is monies that your customers owe you. Not everyone will have this account. Your inventory asset. If you do not have QuickBooks documenting your inventory, keeping track of it, you're not going to have this inventory asset account. Prepaid expenses. I'll just say that's a great question. You need to talk to your accountant, or Chris or I or one of our colleagues can help you with what prepaid expenses are. And then QuickBooks, because of how the programmers have set up this software program, it actually creates another account that's called uncategorized assets. So this is basically it's a catch-all. So for some reason, when you do a transaction and you don't assign an account number or an account to it, then QuickBooks is going to automatically put it into an uncategorized asset. There's also a uncategorized sales account, and I believe expense accounts too. So we'll look at those. The other thing that QuickBooks does that is not you're not going to see this when you take the introductory to accounting class, is an account that's called undeposited funds. And when I get into recording invoices and collecting money, then we'll talk about this undeposited funds. So I'll save that. Then you have your vehicles, your equipment. Those are all assets. Those are all things in your business. Then the next category of accounts is liabilities. And this is money that you owe to someone else. So this can be accounts payable that you may have at the local hardware store. It could be credit cards that the business has, any taxes that are due to the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. Right now, this says Arizona Department, and that's because this sample company is based on an Arizona business. Okay, but here in New Mexico, it would say New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Payable. This Board of Equalization is really your, okay, that says sales tax. Okay, so I guess Arizona has another payable. But you can also have here as a payable, if you have employees, you can have payroll taxes payable. So again, that's a liability. So monies that you owe to the Internal Revenue Service for payroll taxes. Any loans, notes that you have, those are also liabilities. And then if you take all of your assets, add it up, and then all of your liabilities and add it up, and you subtract your liabilities from your assets, what's left is what we call equity or net worth or owner's equity. It's all the same. So it basically shows, equity shows basically what you have put into the business, what your ownership level is. Okay, so QuickBooks will actually have 2, sometimes 3 or 4, just depending on your tax structure for your business. So it will have your opening equity account. So this would be all of your assets that you had before you open the business, and you're using those assets in the business. So let's say that you had some a computer and you purchased that before you opened the business, but now it's part of your business. That's a business asset. So that's going to be part of your equity, your opening balance equity. Let's say you as the business owner, you actually contribute $50,000 at the beginning of starting your business. Well, that is part of your opening balance equity. You took $50,000 from you personally and you put it into the business. That's part of your investment, part of your equity in the business. Then this other account that's called retained earnings, which is also an equity account. So retained earnings is basically your taking all of your sales, so all of your income from your customers, and then all of your expenses that the Internal Revenue Service will allow you to take. You subtract that. That gives you either your net profit, or it could be a net loss. But let's say it's a net profit. Either way, that is what is your retained earnings. Okay, that is also what ties the balance sheet and the income statement together, is this retained earnings account. So I'll pause. Do we have Q&A? Some questions on that, Christopher? Or
Let's see. When you take draws, do you take that from your equity contribution account or a separate account?
Very good. Thank you. So that's the other thing we don't have here is a draw. So if you are self-employed or you are a partnership for a tax structure, then monies that you take out of your business is either owner's draw or partnership draw. And we would actually create another account that's an equity account that we would call owner's draw or partnership draw. So if you're self-employed or a partnership for tax structure, you do not get a salary. You cannot pay yourself a salary. But you can take as much money as you want. Internal Revenue Service doesn't care, and I kind of say that lightly. But you can withdraw any amount of money that you need if you are those two tax structures. Okay, and that's how you pull your monies out. Now, what that will do is definitely reduce the equity that you have in your business. And then on the other side, you can have an owner's capital. And if you're a partnership capital account. So where at times you may have to take from your personal funds and put into your business. And you would do that by an account that's called owner's capital, which again will increase your equity. Okay.
And Sandra, can you discuss the two tax structures to pay yourself?
So, to pay yourself as an employee?
I'm guessing that's the question.
Okay. So the other two tax structures that you can choose from is a corporation or an S corporation. Those are tax structures. So if you're one of those, then you don't have an owner's draw or partnership's draw. You would pay yourself a salary. You would withhold federal and state withholdings. You would have to withhold the Social Security, the Medicare. You would have to, you as the owner you're an employee. And so how you would get money out is through your salary. Okay. All righty. So after equity, we have income. And so when we get into the income type, these are all of our accounts that are on our profit and loss or our income statement. So for this particular company, they have quite a few income accounts. And it really doesn't matter. You can have as many income accounts as you want to. And just to show you kind of what they have done, let me go back up. They have a design income account. And so this is for their customers that come to them and say, okay, I want you to do a landscape for me, but I want to see the design. So their designers will go and map it out or whatever they need to do. And that's a cost for just designing their landscape. Then they have discounts. They have fees billed, landscaping services as a separate income. And then under that landscaping services, they have job materials. So this would be items that this business has to purchase in order to put that landscape in or in order to do that particular job. So they may purchase decks and patios. So they have an income level for that. They put in fountains and garden lighting. So they want to see a separate income line item for that. Plants and soil, so forth and so on. Then this company, Craig's, our sample company, also wants to charge labor to their customers for work that's done. So when they go out and do an installation, they want to know how much income from that installation was made. So they're going to do a separate account for it. Maintenance and repair. So let's say they put in a sprinkler system and then 3 years later, they need to go and repair that sprinkler system. Well, they want to know, how much money and income did they make on that repair? So they have a separate income account for it. So you can see them. So again, like I said, you can actually have as many income accounts as you want to. Then we do have, and this is only for those entities that have really inventory. You'll have a cost of goods sold account, and the account type is cost of goods sold. And this is where you would record what you paid as a business to purchase that particular sprinkler head, or to purchase that particular, only because I know that there's a person on here that has cows. So when they purchase that cow, before they butcher it, then the purchase of that cow would go into cost of goods sold. So that's also a part of our income. But it's just the cost to produce that income. And then the fifth category in our chart of accounts is our expenses, our expense type. And usually when you get to the expenses, it's normally just in alphabetical order. It just kind of makes it easier as far as QuickBooks will do it. So advertising, every business should advertise, even if it's just having a business card. But anyway, what you have for your different cars, if you're have a company car and you are, of course, you have to have gas for it or diesel, what have you. You want to record the fuel. Bank charges, and this can also be credit card charges as well too, can go into here. Commission and fees. So you can see all the different expenses, your utilities, your what you pay your accountant and your lawyer and your bookkeeper. Those are all expenses. When you have to do repairs on your buildings or your computers. So these are all allowable expenses that the Internal Revenue Service says that you can take. Now, as we look at the chart of account, we see here at the bottom right that grayed out is the word previous, and then we have 1 through 75, and then the word next. So this lets us know that there are more accounts that we haven't seen. They're not on this screen. So we just click the next button, and then it lists all of those additional accounts. And that's where we get our utilities, our interest earned, our travel, taxes, and license that we pay, property taxes be included in that. And just as a pet peeve, I like to separate my utilities out because I probably still wouldn't have a gas and electric together, especially here in Clovis. I'm not sure in some other areas in New Mexico. We have a separate gas company and a separate electric company. And so I get 2 different bills. So I can actually separate those accounts out because I want to know on a monthly basis how much I'm paying for gas. So if it's spiking, as I'm looking at my income statement, my profit and loss, I can compare it and say, oh, well, last month it was such and such versus this month it's this amount. Or last year. So what's happening with that? And so as much detail, and I am a detailed person, probably to a fault, I will separate my utilities out, which would be water, sewage, and garbage. Those are all utilities too. All right. So this primarily is a good overview of what's in your chart of accounts. The other thing for chart of accounts, I mean, because I just showed you right now just the names of these accounts. And then, of course, here's the account type. So you'll know, I've already talked about assets, fixed assets, what have you. Then the detail type, and then the QuickBooks balance, and then the bank balance column. So let me talk about this just really quickly. So for any of our checking or savings accounts and our credit card accounts, if we have actually linked those accounts in QuickBooks to our bank account or to our credit card account, then QuickBooks will automatically upload or download all the transactions from your credit card or your checking account. Okay. So to know if your account has been linked online, then you'll have some scores, some sort of symbol for this sample company. It just happens to be the arrows here that we see to the left of the bank and then to the left of the checking. And that lets us know that we have a live link to our checking account. Okay. So because we have a live link to our checking account, we're going to have two different balance columns. We're going to have a QuickBooks balance column and then a bank balance column. And these, it's okay for these to be different. And they normally will be different depending on when you look at your chart of accounts or you go into that particular checking account. So the QuickBooks balance will show all the transactions that you have entered into QuickBooks that deals with your checking account. So let's say that you wrote a check for $200 and you mailed it off. And you know it's going to take time to get to that business. So you mailed it the 1st of August. Right now is the 8th of August. And you have recorded it in your QuickBooks, but that check has not been, the bank has not received that check. So it has no record of it. So because of that, our balances will be different. And so that's okay. So I know sometimes when I worked with folks and they're like, my bank balance says this, but my checkbook or my QuickBooks balance says this, and they're not right. They don't match. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay. The only time that it would be a problem is if you know that all checks that you have written, all transactions, including your deposits, your fees, bank fees that you have recorded in QuickBooks. And of course, you know that definitely it has cleared the bank and they don't balance, then we have a problem. But don't fret, okay? That's just one thing you don't want to make a big deal about, okay? And the same thing for your credit cards. So our MasterCard, we have automatically linked it, not automatically, we have taken time to link it to our MasterCard account online. And so again, we have the arrows, whereas our Visa credit card, we have not. And so QuickBooks lets us know, hey, you haven't linked it, so I can't pull down any of those transactions. Okay. The other thing, do I need to pause, Chris, for questions?
No, we just had a comment as can we unlink the connections if we have them?
Yes, and you answered that. Yes, you can definitely do that. I'm working. Go on.
Do you prefer to link it? I don't like to link them because I don't avidly update it as much as I should, and sometimes I forget about a payment that I received or an automatic payment that went in or an automatic bill. So,
yeah,
and you know, as a bookkeeper, we like paper copies of everything, source documents.
It's personal choice. You know, when this really kind of first came out several years ago, probably a decade ago, I didn't do it. It's like, no, I don't trust them. I'm doing it myself and I'm going to reconcile every month. Right. But yeah, now I link because it makes life so much easier for me. I do have one client in my personal business that I'm working with, and for some reason, and I'm not going to say where, but her their bank account keeps on unlinking with QuickBooks, and I haven't figured out why, but I think it's on the bank. So I don't know what's happening there. So sometimes you have to go back in and enter your user ID and your password and relink it. And then, of course, when you change your password, you need to make sure that you come to QuickBooks and tell them and enter the new password. Question, go on, Christopher.
I was gonna say that we had a question. What are some more pros and cons about linking the credit card or bank account?
Well, the con would be that, and we'll get into this hopefully this afternoon, that when you want to make sure that if you link it to a particular transaction that's already in your books, that you don't go and re-enter that transaction. So then you'll have two, or you link it to the wrong transaction. That could be a con, because that could mess you up. Another thing with linking is, let's say that you've already started your business, and so you started in January and you started using QuickBooks Online and you haven't linked before. And here it is August and you decide, oh, I want to link. You don't want to tell QuickBooks to link every transaction, because it will go all the way back to January, where you already have that in QuickBooks, in your QuickBooks data file. You probably, hopefully, everybody has already reconciled. And then you're going to tell it to pull it in from the bank. I have seen, and this is one place where I've helped people, we had to go in and we had to unlink those transactions. And because it showed up twice in their book, in their QuickBooks balance. And so their ending balance was totally off. It was wrong. So that would be a con. And then, of course, the pro is what I said before. It does cut down on you entering transactions again. It is easy to link, because I'm going to show you guys how to do it. So it's going to be easy. It also helps when you reconcile too as well. To me, it does. So those would be the pros that I would say, and the cons.
The thing that I get, Sandra, is, oh, I bought my mother-in-law flowers for her birthday, but I used my business bank account and I don't want it to show up on my bookkeeping statement. Well, it's already linked.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's where you just, well, again, depending on your tax structure, you can do it as a owner's withdrawal or owner's draw.
And then Omar was asking, won't QuickBooks automatically link what your book on your books to what gets downloaded? And it doesn't automatically do it, right? You have some thinking.
Well, you can set it to automatically do. However, I would not recommend that unless you are for sure, like, let's say your electric bill. You know what, our electric company is Excel. Anything coming from Excel is going to be an electric bill. So yeah, I can have that automatically download and automatically match. So I can set that up. Or I can set up rules, which we'll get to this afternoon, and say that if it's an Excel from Excel, then you can match it here, but wait until I actually click the button to tell you to put it into, to match it to that particular transaction. So you can do it either way.
Perfect. The second's my preference, in case anybody's.
Exactly. And that's what we recommend. Go on, Chris.
And then Beverly says some banks will only download a maximum of 3 months. So to what you were saying about using QuickBooks late after you started the business, yeah, it might only go back 3 months.
Yeah. I have seen, unfortunately, some credit cards that will say all. So yeah, you still need to watch it. Okay. So this is your chart of accounts. And let me see where we are. I get to talking and I get so excited here. So let's see. Okay. All right, so let's talk about products and services now, which is also another option under that gear icon. Let's see. Let me stop sharing. Go there. Okay, so here are our different lists. And this is also, again, we went to gear icon. Accounting and settings was one column, and then the other column was list. And so our list, this is another way we can get to our chart of accounts. This is also where we can do our recurring transactions. And when we do some invoices, then I'll show you that. And then our products and services. So let's look at our products and services here. Okay, sorry. It's gonna go to our live, so I apologize. I'm gonna go to the live company. Oh. All righty. So here I'm just gonna click on the gear so that you can see it live. And here's our list, and I'm gonna go to products and services. So that's one way of getting to products and services. Now, I guess by a show of hands, I meant to do this earlier. How many of you are having or want to have QuickBooks Online track your inventory for you? If you'll just throw up your hand if you do. Okay. I have a couple. All right. Thank you all very much. Okay. So to actually do the add products and services, we will go on and do one. But because we are working in a sample company that has already been set up, we have some products here that have already, products and services that have already been entered. Okay, so let me just make this a little bit wider here. Hopefully you guys can see my screen, and I'm just taking my pointer, and anytime it changes to a horizontal line and two arrows on each side, if I can get it again, then you know I can then I can make this column bigger. So it's taking me too long. So here we have the name of the different products and services that we offer. And we can also, if you have the SKU number, you can also enter that for your different products that you sell. And then the type. So right now, these first three are services. These are services that we offer to our customers. And then this fourth one here is a pump. So this is an actual inventory item that we have that we sell to our customers, that we purchase and then resell to our customers. And so we can just go down and we can see all of the inventory and service items that we have. And then the next column gives us the description. And I'm just having a real hard time expanding this. There we go. So it gives us a sales description. The next column is the sales price. And then the next column is the costs. So again, this cost can be for services. It can also be for inventory. So what we pay for that particular inventory item. And then the next column is a quantity on hand. So we have 25 pumps, and we just scroll down and we have 2 fountains. Then the next column is our reorder point. So when our inventory item gets down to a certain amount, and we don't have any listed here, then QuickBooks will automatically provide a message to us and say, hey, you need to reorder. You're down to only 2. So as you can see, that's an option that you can use or not. Okay. And then the next column is where we can do a particular action on the service or product item. So we can either, and all I did was clicked on this arrow that's going down. Let me bring my screen up. So I get this drop down box. I can make it inactive. I can run a report, or I can duplicate it. And duplicate it would be, let's just duplicate exactly what I have. And then I'm going to go into it, and then I'm going to make some changes. Maybe instead of, a better example would be, instead of just a pump, maybe I want to say it's a red pump. And I don't want to have to type everything all over again. So that's how you can use duplicate. And then I can just click on the edit button. Right. And then automatically, not automatically, but that particular item will actually, the detail of it would come up. So we can see the soil, that's the name, and then I can always change it. Let's say it's red soil. So I can just put that in, soil red. If I had the SKU number, I can go on and enter it. If I have a picture, or maybe there's something else that's just particular for that red soil that I want to attach, I can do that. And that's what this is here. I just click on the little pencil and add it. And then QuickBooks, then I have to do it. I have to categorize it. And so I have actually set up different categories that I want to give a little bit more detail. I want to give a little bit more organization to. And so again, anything dealing with landscaping, I want to appear here in my services or my products. If it's a design, then I want it to appear here. If it's dealing with pest control, I want it to appear here. And I can always add different categories too. So again, this is just internally for you, for your business, however you need to use that. And then because I purchased this soil from a vendor, and then I resell it to my customer, then I want to click here that I sell this product or service to my customer. So that's why that's clicked. And then I give it a description. And this description of 2 cubic feet a bag, anytime that I create an invoice, or even if I use purchase orders, so when I'm purchasing it from my vendor, then this description will come up. And again, I can always change it, but it will come up. The normal sales price that I'm going to sell it to my customer for is going to be $10. And then I have to tell QuickBooks where I want that $10 to go in my chart of accounts. Because again, as I said, every transaction deals with chart of accounts. And so I have to tell QuickBooks, when I get this income from my customers, I want it to go into this income account that's called job materials. Okay. Also, I need to let QuickBooks know if this is taxable. So when I sell it to my customers for $10, do I need to charge them sales tax? And in New Mexico, If you're selling to the end user, yes, you have to charge taxes. Okay. So this portion is all dealing with when I sell it to my customer. Okay. And then I scroll here at the bottom because I purchased this bag of soil from another company. And so I want to tell QuickBooks, I want QuickBooks to keep the information too. Again, the description, I want to just say 2 cubic feet bag, or maybe on this one, I could do, no, don't do that. Okay. So I want it to appear as a purchasing information description. I would recommend that you use the same description when you're selling it to your customer and then when you're buying it from a vendor. It will just reduce headaches, and I'll just leave it at that. Then the cost is what you pay your vendor for this bag. And so, of course, your costs better be lower than your sales price, right? And you need to determine how much more you want to charge your customers for this particular bag. And that's something I do believe we have a webinar on our YouTube channel about pricing our products and services. And then definitely that is a conversation that you can have with one of my colleagues in the areas that you are in, where we can discuss with you how to price your products and services. So $650 is what I paid for it as the company. And then I have to tell QuickBooks where I want that $650 to appear in my chart of accounts. So it is an expense. So I'm telling QuickBooks that I want it to go into my job expense, which is the main category. And then the subcategory is plants and soil. Okay. I can also tell QuickBooks which vendor that I use for this particular product. And I would just say, definitely for any business owners, when you are purchasing inventory, you should really have at least 2. I would say a minimum of 2 different vendors where you can get the same product or similar product from. Because you never know when your vendor, that one vendor, is going to have issues or maybe even go out of business or whatever. And you still want to be able to purchase that product. So again, I would say at least have a minimum of 2. So I will pause. Chris, we need to address any questions. And I can take some water.
Sarah Carey was asking, so if she is a reseller and 1 month she purchases products for one price, the next month the same exact product is a higher price, would she have to record a new inventory item?
Yeah, so great question. So when you purchase a product, you are going to enter whatever price you purchased it for. And so QuickBooks, with the QuickBooks Online Plus, it is going to keep a record of, you purchased 10 bags at $650. And then 2 months later, you purchased 20 bags, but it cost you $750. So QuickBooks is going to keep records of both of those costs. And it is going to use what we call the inventory averaging system, where it is just going to take the number of bags that you have remaining and at whatever the $650 and then the number of bags you have at the $750 and do an average and put that into your income, into your balance sheet. But when you actually sell, let's say when you create an actual transaction, where you're selling it to your customers, QuickBooks is going to automatically take the first bags that you purchased at $6.50 and sell those to your customer. And then once those are gone, then it will automatically then go to the $7.50. And that's called the FIFO method, which is first in, first out. And so that's what QuickBooks uses to record your the bags being sold. Now, in reality, is that true? It's really going to depend on you. So when your customer comes in and they want 10 bags and you have 2 that are $6.50 and you have 20 that are $7.50, which ones are you going to grab? I don't know. But QuickBooks, when you record it, is going to take the $6.50 first and then the $7.50. Did I confuse you? Sorry. It's a little bit of accounting.
a little hard, but basically you would have to enter those 2 items, even though they're exactly the same as 2 different inventory items, because they have 2 different purchase prices.
Right.
Okay. Yep, no way around that one. And if you sell unique items like art or Native American jewelry, that's different. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
And
You
then
can-
Beverly Boyd says, would this fall under COGS? So I see Beverly has done a Schedule C before. It sounds like.
Yes, yes, it's under cost of goods sold is COGS, yes. So this job expense, job materials is cost of goods sold.
And
Okay,
then there's one in the chat. A
okay.
YouTube channel was mentioned. Can we get more information so we can like and follow?
Oh, yes, we would love for you to follow our YouTube channel. Are you gonna take care of that, Christopher? Or-
Yeah, I'll put our YouTube channel in the
SBDC,
chat.
yeah, there's quite a few past webinars that we've done that will be listed. All righty, cool. So we are just going, we didn't make any changes here. So I'm just gonna do save and close. Well, we're gonna skip it. Let's skip that. And actually, yeah, there we go. Oh, I did make some changes because I changed it to red. So I forgot about that. I did change the soil. So now it says soil red. All right. So, okay, we've already done the questions. Okay, let me see where we are. Okay, let's stop sharing that. So again, under our gear, we have our next category, which is tools. And here under tools, we can do quite a few things. We can order checks, we can import data. We can import desktop data. This would be really interesting for those of you who are thinking about moving from desktop to online. You can import like your customer list, your inventory, your product and service list that we just went over. Your vendor list you can import, and I'm sure there's some other things that I just can't remember, but that you can import over. The other thing that you can import over is, let's say that you have a spreadsheet and that's where your clients are. You know, that's where you've kept your clients and you don't want to re-enter all your clients starting your new QuickBooks Online account. You can import the data from like a spreadsheet. You can do that. And of course, you can export data. Reconcile, very important to reconcile your checking, savings, and your credit card accounts on a monthly basis at the minimum. I would do And this is just one way of getting to the reconcile feature. Budgeting, for those of you who, again, want to maintain your budgets into QuickBooks. Again, you have to have the plus or advanced subscription level to do that. I like this audit log because this audit log will tell me what user did what and when. And this is so great because if you're trying to go back and you're trying to figure out what has taken place, or, you know, again, who did what, then you can just click on this audit log and it will give you that information. And that's why it's so important for each individual to have their own username and password. And then the smart look is where when you're having issues and you call into Intuit tech support and they need to see your screen. And so you can give them temporarily remote access to your screen. And this is what the smart look is. Case Center, when you do have an issue in QuickBooks or Intuit, I should say, have to do some research, and it's going to take, you know, maybe a couple of hours or a couple of days, then they'll give you a case number. And this is, if you have any open cases, then this is where you can look at it. Okay. All righty. So it is 11:20. I do want to go over this next section. I'm not sure if a lot of you are at home or in your place of business or wherever you may be, but we could probably look at lunch about hopefully I can get it done by 11:45, so we can go then, but we're probably only looking at about an hour of lunch. If in the chat, if that's good for you guys, an hour, let me take that back. If you need more than an hour for lunch, put that in chat, and then we'll take a little tally at the end. So if you need more than 1 hour for lunch, please let us know. Okay. All righty. So this next section is the navigation bar. And that's on the left side of the screen where it's black, but up at the top is where you would see Intuit QuickBooks, and then this button, and I call it the new button. So once you click on this button that says new, this list will appear. Okay. And of course, on this list, it's broken down to everything that's dealing with customers, everything that's dealing with vendors, then your employees, and then other. And from time to time, this particular screen can have different options. And I have seen it mostly under the other category, where QuickBooks will go on and add maybe a different feature where you can access it under the other category. But when we're dealing with customers, of course, an invoice, and some of you, probably a lot of my retail clients that are on the line, you are probably not going to create an invoice for each of your customers. And that's okay. But the invoice is for the businesses that are going to send, either provide the service or the product and then bill the client later. That's what the invoice is for. I know that we do have some clients who will use the QuickBooks program as like their check register. And that's great. You can still do that, especially for retail clients. And when your customer comes and makes a purchase, then you can always enter it as a sales receipt. And that's where you're providing the product, and it's usually probably product right away, and you're collecting the money at that point. And so you would want to do a sales receipt. So that's the difference between an invoice and a sales receipt. And I'll show you that too here later. Receive payments really only ties in with the invoice. Those are two steps that you'll need to take. Do the invoice and then receive payment. You could do estimates, again, for those people, businesses that will need that type of option, where your customers want you to provide them an estimate before they make the purchase. Credit memos, when your customers will return a product, or maybe you providing them a return on services, or for whatever reason, that's where credit memo will come in handy. Delayed credit, if you have those, or delayed charges, and those only work in Essential Plus in Advance. It doesn't work in Simple Start. And then of course we have our vendors. So anytime you make a purchase using your credit card, you want to record it as an expense. When you actually write a check, or even if you want to use it as a electronic fund transfer, you could do it under check. And then of course our bill, pay bills, our purchase order, vendor credit, any of those, you have to have the plus or advance. For vendor credit, you can, if you have essentials, you do have vendor credit as well too. Oops, went too fast. You can print checks as well. And then payroll, we'll talk really briefly about later on under payroll, but you do have to subscribe to a service. So it will be an additional fee in addition to your online subscription. And then of course, anytime you make a bank deposit or you transfer monies from your savings to your checking, you want to enter it here. Journal entries. I know a lot of accountants, your accountants probably do not want you to enter a journal entry. And that's fine. Sometimes your accountant at the end of the year will do like a closing entry, and they may ask you to go on, and they'll give you the information, but go on and tell you to enter a journal entry. So we really want to talk a lot about that. Statements, again, that's dealing with invoices. You want to send out statements to your customers if they hadn't paid you. Inventory quality adjustment. Again, if you are having QuickBooks keep track of your inventory, there is from time to time that you are needing to write off inventory because of spoilage or theft or whatever loss, you just need to get rid of it. Then you can do an adjustment. And pay down the credit card. I will tell you, I really don't like that feature, but anyway, it's there for you. Just one way to pay down a credit card. There's other ways. Okay. So let's actually, let's look at the search before I go on. So the search, that again would be at the top right of your screen. And so you will have this glass, the microscope glass, where you can click on it and this little search box will come up, and what it will do is search transactions that you have entered into QuickBooks. So let's say that you are trying to find amounts that are like $1,000, and you just can't find it, in the in your checking account. You're not sure, maybe which customer it relates to. And so you just type in $1,000. So everything with $1,000 will appear down here, and then you can look through these transactions and try to figure out the one that you're needing. Or let's say you're wanting to just find all the transactions for a particular customer or vendor, then you can enter it here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, a lot of this I've already talked about. Okay, so let's just talk about the other items on this left navigation bar. And as I said before, from time to time, there will be other options or different options that QuickBooks will list here. But the gist of it will still be the same. You're probably always going to have your dashboard. And since this is highlighted, this is the dashboard. And of course, this can change. Our transactions, the options here is where we can access our bank statement. It'll also help you set up bank rules and bank feeds. So that's the transaction here. And then our expenses, again, anything dealing with our vendors, and I've already talked about that. That's where you enter your bills, your checks. So just another way of entering and then seeing the list of those. Let's see. So this is one thing. Actually, you know what? Let me go to the live. Stop sharing here. I want to go to the live. There we go. So I want to click on some of these so you can see. Okay. So already there is another option that QuickBooks has added, and that's the menu, which wasn't on my PowerPoint slides. It's a little bit different, but we still have the dashboard. And when I go over the dashboard, then I get this little pop-up to window that's to the right, and it tells me two things that I can do. I can look at get things done or the business overview. So I am in the dashboard. This is the dashboard right here. And so I still have those same options. I have a tab for get things done. So this is the get things done tab. And then I click on the business overview. And then QuickBooks gives me a graphical representation of like my cash flow forecast, my profit and oops. There we go. My profit and loss, and then my expenses. And I can always change this. Right now, my expenses are on the last 30 days. I can change that to this month, this fiscal quarter, you know, any of these dates. So, and then it says beta up here. So QuickBooks from time to, well, they're all the time, trying to make it easier for you, the user. And so when they are trying out different features, sometimes they will just automatically make it available to you. Whereas, you know, maybe another business that maybe even be in the same town or across the country or whatever, they may not have that feature because they're just really just trying to see, is it easy to use? You know, how people are using it. It's a beta, so it's a trial. And so they will do that from time to time. Okay, so the next one on the navigation bar is the banking. And again, when I take my cursor over the banking, then I have this drop down box that comes up to the right. And I have 5 different tabs under that banking. So I'll go on and click on it. And then here you see the tabs. I don't want to see that yet. So here's my banking, my app transactions, rules, tax, and receipts. And so remember where I uploaded that receipt or pretend to upload that receipt, that's where those receipts will be. I don't know if I have any. Yeah. Have some. Okay, but back on the banking tab. So all of these actually have a link to the particular MasterCard savings and checking account. So remember from our, when I was talking about the chart of accounts and we actually had a Visa card, but it wasn't linked. That Visa card is not going to show up in here. Okay. Only those cards or accounts, I should say, that are linked will show up here. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean we can't access the Visa account. We just have to go to the chart of accounts to access it. So we can still get to it. Okay. So the next one is the sales. The sales, again, from time to time, QuickBooks can add more tabs. But this is all dealing with your customers. And this one is a new one, customers and leads. So this is probably part of marketing. So email marketing campaign that they have. Cash flow is another additional feature that QuickBooks has added. Expenses deals with anyone who we're writing a check to except our employees. So that's a vendor. Payroll. If we have employees, and again, remember this is subscription. We'll talk about it this afternoon. If you want to do time, where you're entering times for your team, this is also, okay, yeah. So time that they worked on different customers for you. And then reports, and we'll talk about reports also this afternoon. Taxes is another feature. So anytime that you are paying taxes within QuickBooks, you have to definitely go through this tax option. So this includes your gross receipts tax as well as your employee taxes. Okay. And then mileage. And you can see that the Internal Revenue Service, oh wow, increased mileage for 2023 to 65.5 cents. So very advantageous for you to keep a record of your mileage for those business trips that you are taking. And when I say business trips, let's say that you need to go to one of the, I don't know why I keep on picking on hardware stores, but you need to go to the hardware store for your business. And from your business location to the hardware store, that is mileage that is business mileage that you can record. And even if you don't use the app, you can also record your trip manually. So that's an option also. And then accounting, I talked about this earlier. That's where you can see your chart of accounts, but it's also where one other place where you can get to reconcile. So when you need to reconcile your bank accounts as well as your credit card accounts, this is where you can go. And it just shows you a video. QuickBooks has a lot of different videos on how things work. And so you can always take time to look at that. And then My Accountant. This is where you would invite one other places where you can invite an accountant to have access to your QuickBooks Online. So they will just give you the email address that they have used to register with QuickBooks, because the accountants have to register. So you just enter their email address and click invite. And so Intuit would send them automatically an email where that accountant, just like the user, would have to click on a link and agree that they want access to your data file. Capital, and this feature really came about with really after COVID, or during COVID, I should say, where QuickBooks does have loans that they can give you. Of course, I'm sure that they are using the same type of requirements that other lenders are. I haven't worked with a client that has actually gotten a QuickBooks loan. Have you, Christopher? Or did he leave me? He may have left me. Okay. And then they have the Paycheck Protection Program loan, which there's no more money available for that, but QuickBooks still keeps it up. Then there's a Commerce. So these are for our businesses that do business with Amazon or Shopify, eBay, and you want to connect that sales channel to it. And then QuickBooks also have different apps that you can use. There is, I think all of them that I have seen, there is an additional fee that you pay for these apps. But it can do possibly different things for you than what's not available in QuickBooks, like DocuSign. So you have a lot of forms that you need your customers to sign, then that may be an app that you may want to add. And then there's, like I said, there's a lot of different other apps that are available too as well. Okay, and then of course you have some bookmarks if you're wanting that. Okay, so it is right at 11:42. So let me stop sharing. And then let me go to the chat. And okay, cool. Alrighty. Sounds great. So this would be a good, actually, before we break, let me see what questions.
Do you want me to ask you the questions?
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you're back. Yes.
I'm back. I tried to add an account to reconcile our escrow, and I had no idea how to do that. I thought it would have been like adding a bank statement, but there were no options to manually add the account.
An escrow account. So, I think I need more information on the escrow. Is this an escrow? Actually, if you can find them and then unmute them and probably ask more questions.
It's an anonymous attendee, so
so we can't even unmute them. Okay.
And April asks, she says, record credit card transactions as expense, but then how do you record the credit card payment?
The credit card payment would be when you actually pay off or pay on the credit card, and that will be two ways. So once you reconcile the credit card, then QuickBooks will give you an option to say if you want to go on and pay it. And it will be paid either with a check or or ACH, however you're going to pay that off. So it will be recorded as an expense as well. And what QuickBooks will do, so let me backtrack. So when you record, so you go down to one of your vendors and you make a purchase and you use a credit card. So you would need to actually record that expense in your books, and it will be recorded. Let's say that you purchase some paper, some computer paper. Well, that's an expense to you. So when you come back and record it, QuickBooks is going to increase your credit card account by that amount, and is also going to increase an expense account, I'm sorry, for that amount. Okay, so that's when you record the credit card transaction, when you go and actually purchase the item. Now, when you pay it down, pay on it, what QuickBooks does in the background, you still do it as an expense, but when you actually record it, you are going to, the account that you're going to use is going to be the credit card liability account, because you're paying that down. So QuickBooks then will decrease however you paid it. Let's say you paid it with a check. So it's going to decrease your checking account, and is also going to decrease the liability account. Because when you recorded that credit card transaction, you created a liability. And then when you pay the credit card company, you're reducing that liability. Now, what I have seen in the past is that some businesses, they don't really categorize their different transactions. They just wait and do the second transaction as far as paying the credit card payment.
So like a transfer from one account to another?
Yeah, so what they do is when they pay the credit card payment, then it will go to cash, and then they will record it into the expense account. Whereas true accounting is really a two-step process, where you record the credit card transaction, because you really should record your transactions when you do it, right? And so if you go to the store today, probably within a week, you want to go on and record that in your books. Whereas you probably won't make that credit card payment until the next month. And if you do it that way, when you create an income statement or a profit and loss statement or a balance sheet, when you look at your financials, it's not going to show that expense at all. And so you're going to have money that you're obligated to take care of. But when you look at your financial statements, it doesn't show that. And so it's going to look like that you have more money than you really do.
Perfect, Sandra, thank you. The next question is, Omar and I have been chatting about inventory and using inventory. And he asked, so if you choose not to use the inventory tracker, you can just deduct the purchase of inventory in bulk. Whereas if you choose the inventory tracker, it deducts inventory as sold. If you didn't choose the inventory, you wouldn't have an inventory at all, right? You would just have an expense.
Right. You would just go, you could go immediately to your cost of goods sold. But it will not keep track of how many like different bags of sand that you have or different fountains. And I've seen a lot of businesses, they actually will use a third-party program to actually maintain their inventory, and that's fine. And then do just one transaction into QuickBooks to actually record the inventory for that month. But they have the detail in this other third-party software program.
And he's trying to phrase it in terms of cost of goods sold. And my concern for him there would be he would be over reporting expenses and under reporting income. If he didn't do inventory option, because he would just take the whole expense that he paid for inventory and deduct it right away instead of deducting it as it's sold, right?
Got you. Yes. Yeah. So he would be deducting or claiming expenses or the cost of that sale before it actually happened. So there will be a timing.
Which sounds good to me, but I don't know if the IRS would like that.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's really the IRS really, I mean, it's not a big deal. Okay, I say that kind of loosely. At the end of the year, you are going to have to reconcile. And that's where your accountant can come in and help you. So it's really not to me, it's a big issue because I know the importance of those financial statements. And if you do it the way that you're kind of thinking, Omar, and you're just want to claim it as an expense at the time that you actually purchased it, then yes, you are overstating your expenses. Yes.
And Beverly Boyd says, does the bank feeds are automatic?
The bank feeds are automatic, but what they do, Beverly, is the transactions will come in and it's in a holding area. And we're going to see that this afternoon. And then you actually tell or mark it to say, okay, yes, this transaction, I want to go into my QuickBooks bank balance. But yes, it is automatic.
Perfect. And then we're going to go to Carrie and then we'll unmute Lily and she'll ask the question. She was our anonymous attendee.
Okay.
So Carrie says, currently in mine, I have the credit card and my bank account link. QuickBooks automatically recognizes my payments to the credit card since it's syncing with the credit card I have. And then she says, would not track because a massive amount of work to reconcile at the end of the year. We might want to unmute Carrie as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking I was missing something, but I'm like, apologize, I didn't understand that, Carrie. So are we doing Carrie first or Lily?
Let's do Carrie and then we'll do Lily.
Okay.
So Carrie, you have the ability to speak if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, basically my comment was about, or my question was in regards to Omar's question of not tracking the inventory items that he purchases. And then Sandra, you had said that you would have to reconcile that at the end of the year. So my question is, if you didn't have your inventory flow monthly, right? Wouldn't it cause a lot of work to reconcile that at the end of the year? I mean, it could potentially.
Well, what will happen, and you really need to do this at the end of the year anyway, is that you'll have to go and take a physical inventory, which you should
Correct.
do anyway.
Right, I do that, but I was just based on his question. I was, I guess I was just like, I wouldn't want to do all that at the end of the year, 100%. You know what I mean? Like all of it, plus my annual inventory review, right?
Well, it's going to be reconciled anyway, especially if you do a physical inventory, because whatever you have on hand is actually your banker, or not your banker, I'm sorry, your accountant will do a journal entry to either increase or reduce cost of goods sold based on that ending inventory.
Okay.
And they would just move it whatever the ending inventory is, then it would just be moved to your asset account. Whereas if you do it via the month and do it the way that, I'm showing you, then that automatically happens. And so there's
Yes.
not a lot of adjustments at the end of the year.
That's what I was like concerned about with his question. I was like, I would not want to do all of that, a whole year's worth of tracking and inventory checking at the end of the year. I would, that's just my opinion, but
I agree. In Omar's case, I think he has a construction business. It might be
Yes.
easier if he took inventory as it's sold rather than at the end of the year.
And it will help you make better business decisions, Omar, because then you'll know how much money that you have in inventory. And maybe you need to reduce the inventory.
Or how much your employees have stolen from you.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that too.
Yes.
So let me.
But either or, it's really it's an individual choice. So again, it's not like IRS is going to come after you if you do it this way or this way. At the end of the year, it will be correct because you're going to a great accountant, I'm sure, that will get that information for you.
And now let me find Lily and we'll ask Lily,
Okay.
allow Lily to ask her question. Okay, Lily, you're able to talk. You're muted, unmute, and you could ask your question.
Okay. So I'm totally new to this side of business management, and we had an audit in December, and I guess the auditor had told the previous district manager that he wanted her to make basically like a bank statement for our building loan account to keep track of the escrow that's on that building loan. And I'm completely lost as to how to do that. So I was looking on QuickBooks to see if I could manually add the account. And I've literally talked to at least like 2 people a month and they have no idea what I'm talking about.
Okay. So the escrow account is for the taxes and the insurance
Okay.
on the building. No, I'm asking. I just want to make sure.
I'm assuming it's just for the taxes, because the building insurance we're kind of having trouble with this year, but I'm pretty sure it's with the taxes
For the
or
tax.
the interest or something like that.
It's like a prepaid, Sandra, right? You're prepaying and
Well,
then
yeah, they are prepaying. So I just want to just make sure that we're talking the same thing. Because the escrow in my mind is only for taxes
Okay.
and the property tax and the insurance. So if that's what we're talking, then yes, you can set up an asset account. And it's a prepaid, but I would probably go on and call it an escrow. And I would name it the building. And let's see, let me quickly see, sorry, I kind of moved my screen around. That's PowerPoint. I'm not sure if it kicked me out or not. Okay, nope, that's my PowerPoint. I think it kicked me out. Let's see again. Just want to go in here really quick and I may have to. Actually kicked me out.
oh, it kicks me out constantly.
Yeah, but that was quick. So a bridge, that's a bridge, that's a bridge. And I think that's a bridge. Is that a bridge?
Looks bridge-like to me.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, cool. So what you'll want to do, Lily,
Mhm.
it opens. Or maybe it won't. Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. So, wrong thing. Go to accounting and then chart of accounts. Move this out the way. So we're going to go into new. You're going to create an account. And it is going to be an asset account. Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. We are going to save it under or assign it under prepaid expenses.
Okay.
Okay. And then the account name, this is where I would use escrow.
Mhm.
Do you think he wants you to keep a separate for property and a separate for insurance, or just all together?
I think it's just all together. He just
Okay.
said we need just something to reconcile it.
And then whatever you're calling that building. So if you want to put the address of the building,
Okay.
then you can do that. Just so if there's another escrow that you
Mhm.
need to do, you can be able to distinguish it. Okay.
Okay.
And then the description, you can type really whatever. You just
Okay.
want to make it as clear. So whoever comes after you or what have you, and then they will know what's in here. So
Okay.
you can say escrow due to audit of 2023, recommend set up account to show insurance and property tax. Or something like that.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. You don't want to put anything in the starting date and opening balance, so I would recommend keeping that blank if it lets me. I think it will.
Okay.
And then we're going to do save. Yeah, cool. Okay. So now we have a prepaid under, or we have the escrow under the prepaid expense.
Okay.
Okay. So when you go to make the payment, the loan payment,
Mhm.
okay, so we're going to do new. I'm not sure how you've set that up. So let's say we're just going to write a check.
Yeah, we just do checks.
Okay. So I don't know who the vendor is, so I'm just going to pick somebody. I'm just going to pick, I don't want to do that. All properties. Okay.
Okay.
So you are going to have, and I'm assuming that you've already set up the loan.
Yeah, we were keeping track of like the loan
Okay.
payments.
Okay.
It's just the escrow we had to make.
Okay. So then you have a liability account for the loan. Let me see if I have one in here. I doubt it. Oh, expenses. Let's go liability. Okay, let's just say that the loan is in a notes payable. I'm just grabbing
Yes, that's
something,
fine.
okay? All right. So this is going to be the principal amount. And let's say that that's 500. Okay. And then the next line is going to be the interest portion of that loan. Interest. Let's see. Interest expense, I don't think I do. Okay, I'm gonna have to add it. So it's gonna, I'm just gonna do this real quick. I will come back to this. Just want to show you just real quick. Okay. And this is the interest amount for that loan. We can say it's the August, you know, whatever detail, as much detail as you want to give it in this description. And let's say that that's $250, whatever that is. And then the next one is going to be our escrow. And this is the escrow. August. For taxes. I would probably do it separately. So let's say that's $50. And then we have another escrow. And this one is going to be escrow for August. I would probably put the year for insurance. And let's say that's $25. So now we'll do a save and close. So that's $825 that we're going to pay to the mortgage company or whoever you're paying it to. So when I come to this prepaid, to my chart of accounts, and I come to the prepaid, the escrow, then it shows that I have paid $75, but since it hasn't been, I haven't submitted those taxes or the insurance to the different vendors, that's still an asset to me. So it's $75, okay?
Okay.
Now, when whoever you're paying the loan payment to, when they pay the insurance for this property, then you are probably going to create an expense. And again, I'm just picking somebody so we can go quickly. And I am going to pull this from that escrow account.
Okay.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. And then I'm going to say in the description, pay annual insurance from escrow. Again, as much information as you can give it.
Yeah.
And what did I say it was? I don't know, 25? I think it was $25. And that's the amount. And then probably you can copy this description and then paste it here in this memo also. And then that just shows that now that, let's see. Okay, hold on here. Okay, sorry, I did that wrong. Sorry. Actually, I apologize. The payment account will be the escrow up here.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry. The expense account will be insurance right here. Sorry. Do I not have an insurance account? There we go. There we go. Sorry. I'm doing this on the fly, so I had to think. Yeah. So you're going to pull from that escrow account. $25. So we're going to do save and close. And then now when we go to this escrow account, it's gone down. By
Okay.
$5.
Okay. And can we reconcile that, or because that's
Yeah.
like the main thing he can.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you go to see, let me just view register. So right here, all of your asset, liability, and equity accounts you can reconcile.
Okay.
And
Okay.
not reconcile your income and expense accounts.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
you just come here and reconcile.
Okay. And do I have to like start it now, or can I start it for the beginning of the year to know? I know.
So, well, it's just August and it's just one payment once a month. So you can,
Okay.
yeah, you can go on and start it. Did the loan start in January?
No, the loan's been with us for the past like 10, 12
Every year.
years.
Okay.
Yeah. And I just started and he's like, oh yeah, we need this reconciled. I'm like, oh, okay.
Hey, so, wherever I'm not sure where you live, but it may be a good idea to probably reach out to the SBDC in your area. And then, if they need me, then they can bring me on. And
Okay.
then we can talk more about what that transaction kind of looks like.
Okay,
Okay?
okay, sounds good.
Lily, I think Lily's in Chama, so that's probably
I'm in Cuba, actually.
Cuba.
Yes.
That is Los Alamos, so that's Sandy Jones.
Okay. Yeah, so definitely, we'll try to make a note too and reach out to Sandy. And
Okay.
then, yeah, and then she can pull me in and then we can take a little bit more time.
Okay, sounds
and
good.
go for it.
Go to Bruno's in Cuba and have a drink and a lunch.
Yeah.
Okay,
I-
all righty,
Do you
so,
want to do one last question or do you want to go to?
okay, sure, if that's, yeah.
Well, speaking of Lily's question about having to go back to the beginning of the year, Omar also has to go back and enter transactions for the beginning of the year. And he's wondering how QuickBooks will bill him if he goes back to the beginning of the year.
Oh, no, your subscription starts the day that you actually that you open it. So what you would have to do, Omar, is really decide if you want to say that your books begin January 1 or you want to start August 1st. So if you start January 1, there's not going to be any additional fee from QuickBooks. It's just going to be additional work for you. So everything that you did, all of your transactions, so this is your deposits, things that you purchased. If you have employees and you want to use QuickBooks for it, from January to August 1st, you're going to have to enter all that information. So my advice, this is the middle of the year. Probably at this point, if your accounting system has been okay, you're comfortable with it from January, what you've been using so far is just maybe to keep it and not try to enter all that information into QuickBooks because it will take time. And probably just start with the end of July and then enter your solo. Oh, it's easy. Okay. Yeah. If you don't have a lot of transactions, yes, then you can go back to January 1. But just remember, and probably you're just taking your bank statement and entering your transactions into QuickBooks for January, all of your income and your expenses. I would probably reconcile your checkbook, your checking account, and then do February. Enter all those and then reconcile.
That's a good money saving method there. Don't keep track of all your stuff and then just get QuickBooks for the last 3 months out of the year or a few months out of the year and then.
And then go forward with QuickBooks.
Perfect. I don't see any more questions in the Q&A or chat, so I'll give you the last word before lunch. And then
Yeah,
we'll do whatever you want.
let's go to lunch. If you've gone and set it for an hour and 3 minutes, so we give you 3 minutes because it's 12:12 now, or that's what I have. So thank you. See you guys in a little bit. Had a great lunch. I did. Thank you, Dennis. Okay, so we are going to go on and dive into somewhat of a more of an advanced topic. But I usually always have some questions about classes and locations and projects. And so I'm going to really try to, thanks, Christopher, try to go over this quickly, but still where you can get definitely the gist of it as well too. So we are going to look at classes, locations, and tags. And I will definitely demonstrate that to you, as well as give you a little bit of verbiage on it as well too. So let me jump over here to our data company. And since it's been over an hour, it kicked me out. So I had to start over. And let me just bring that up. Okay. So so what is classes? And even the location. So what is that all about? So this is a way that QuickBooks will help you track your financial data. So your different revenue streams, how you pay your bills, and even help you to look at future cash flow as well too. And as we look at our Craig's design and landscaping service, we are going to look at really how this owner, and his name happens to be Chris Fatija, look at the complete picture of his business. And so how classes and locations can help with that is just to really kind of divide out more of, if you're tracking a particular area of your business, maybe a particular department, or if you're wanting to track a location, if you have more than one location, then QuickBooks will help you do that. Now, in order to use the classes location, you do have to have QuickBooks Online Plus or the Advanced subscription for both classes or locations if you're wanting to use it. And then for tax, you can actually have that in either one of the QuickBooks Online subscriptions. So classes. So classes will allow you to track what we call in accounting is the profitability of a department within your business. So if you have a, well, for the landscaping business, and actually, let me see which classes that they have. So for his classes, do you already have it set up? We don't have it set up. Okay. See, there's tags. I don't see classes. So let me actually make sure classes are turned on for this. And go to account settings. Let's see. Settings. Yes, okay, so in the account settings and companies. The categories, so classes and locations are not set up. So how I would do this is anytime I see that pencil, then I will just click on the pencil and then actually change that to where it's on. So we can see the green, and I want it to warn me anytime I don't assign a transaction to a class. Let's see, and I can also, I can do either or. I can assign a class to a specific, the entire transaction, or I can do it for a particular row in that transaction. And I'm gonna do for a row in that transaction. And then locations, I'm gonna go on and turn that on as well. And my different location, I'm going to say that we actually have, let's say that we have a store, we have more than one store. So that's going to be my label for my location. Then I'll save it and then click done. So now that's activated. Okay. So let's see, look at my notes really quick, so I won't go too far. So to add a class, I can just go to the navigation bar and click on plus. And it's not showing up. So let me actually refresh my screen. Let me go here. Well, I am not sure why this is not showing up. It should be in our list, and I should have a classes here. So let me go to the business view. Okay. All right, so I think, give me a moment here. Just do an invoice. See if I can create, yeah, classes are there. Okay, all righty. Not sure it's not why it's not showing up in the areas that it should be. So I'll have to see if that actually works in my live online subscriptions. I just don't see it here in the sample. I'm sure that's not just, okay. So how I kind of use classes, or how we're going to possibly use classes is, like I said, for departments. So if you have, like for a retail store, you have a clothing department and a home improvements department, then you can set those up as classes. In this example, or like a construction business, because I think we do have a participant who has a construction business. So let's say that you want to set it up where you have a class for plumbing, and then for electrical, and you're wanting to keep those separate because there's two separate departments, then you can set them up as a class. Okay. Looks like there's something in the chat here. Okay. And to set up a class, since I cannot find it here, then I will just go and just let's see here. Really not sure why that is not working for me. Kind of messes me up here. Okay. So let me just go on and do an invoice, and then we can set up a class for it. So if we are going to invoice, let's use Amy's Bird Sanctuary. I don't want to talk about that yet. And for Amy, I am actually, since this is landscaping, I am going to charge her some products. We're going to put a fountain in for her. So we'll go down here on this product line and we'll select some fountain information. So we need to do some concrete for her. And we want to assign this particular line transaction to a particular class. So let's say that we are going to charge her $100. And then over here in the class column, I am going to, actually, there we go. I'm going to add a new class, and I am going to name this. Let's see if I want to do departments. Let's see. Trying to think of a department that kind of makes sense for a landscaping business. Something that I haven't used already. So let's name it. Let's just name it the red department. I can't think of anything else right now. Sorry. So I'm going to assign the sale of this concrete to Amy, and I'm going to assign it to the red department. And then let's say that she also needs a pump. And the pump, I want to put this into a different department. Let's say it's part of really our hardware department. So I will have a class for that hardware department within our business. And I'll assign that one line transaction to the hardware department. And so when I create a profit and loss statement, then I can have print a P&L or income statement for my red department. Will show all of my income and expenses for that particular department, and then one for all of my hardware department. So that is just one way that you can kind of use classes. The other reports, and I'm just going to save and close this. The other reports that I can print with a class would be if I want to look at all of my sales for that particular department, which is a class, then I can actually create a report for all of the sales. Okay, so let me pause and see if there's any questions on class. So again, if you kind of think of a class as a department within your business. I don't see any questions. Okay. All righty. So then location. So location is where you want to track your profitability based on really the location, which could be a city or again, whatever your address is. I have, several clients that have two different locations. Like they have a business in Clovis and they have one in Portales, which is only 19 miles away. have worked with either other businesses that have locations here in Clovis, and then one in Texas. And so they want to be able to track their income and expenses, what they generate based on here in Clovis or maybe at their other location. And so what they would do then is set up location tracking. Now, the only thing with location tracking, and actually let me create another invoice so that you can see that. The location tracking, this entire invoice will go under that particular location. So it won't go under let's see. So I'll do Clovis as one. And then I want to create another one. And I'll say that was not let me. Let's see. And Brutalis as another one. So there, I have two locations. So let's say that I sold these two products to Cool Cars, and I sold it to them out of the Clovis store. So all of the products or services that I gave to this particular client is going to go under the Clovis store. Now, underneath that store, I can still assign the different departments, because maybe I do have in the Clovis store, I do have a red department and I have a hardware department. So I can still assign different individual line transactions to a class, but this entire invoice is going to be tied to the Clovis store. Okay. Righty. Okay. So Laura, you do not have to upgrade QuickBooks to store customer credit card information, but that there is an additional information on storing customer credit card information. So make sure, I won't address it right now, but towards the end, we'll look back at that and I'll provide some more information. Okay, so any questions on location or class? Kind of see how you can use those. I'm just going to do save and close. Oh, I guess I didn't assign it to a class. Okay. All right, so that's class and location, and you can kind of figure out in your business how you can actually use that or not use it. So it's just another great feature that, again, that you can use to dive really deeper into what's making you money and what's losing you money. Is the department making money? Is the location making money? Maybe you need to close that location because the expenses well outweigh the income. Well, you're not going to know that unless you can actually assign locations to those two different stores or those two different departments by using classes. Okay. So the other thing that QuickBooks allows you to do is use tags. And tags can be used, like I said, in any of the subscription levels. And so what tags will do is allow you to track different types of, maybe if you're doing an ad campaign or you have different sales representatives that you have, and you want to be able to track that particular income or expenses based on that tag. And so I do books for one of our civic organizations. So unfortunately, in 1 year, we had 2 different members who passed away. And so we had individuals who wanted to give donations in their name, in the deceased member's name. And so what I did is I set up a tag. So I just used the name of the deceased member. And then anytime someone made a contribution for that campaign, then I was able to put it underneath that tag. And so then when I went to pull a report, before I actually sent it off to our corporate headquarters, I was able to determine quickly how much money was collected for that particular member. And so that's how I have used tags just in helping out with another organization. Tags again can give you a different but a deeper insight into your company performance. Okay. So again, to turn on tags, and let's see if it's turned on in this one. Well, yeah, there it is right there. So let me see if it's, maybe it's not turned on. Okay, there we go. So tags, pretty much like any, there are videos that you can watch as well to see how you can use tags. So they've used a tag. Not sure why our landscaping business has an aerobic class or yoga class, but this is just an example of how you can use it. You can also use, well, really, you can use tags however you want to use it. But anyway, you can check that out. Let me just check the Q&A. Okay. All right. So one question on location. Laura, let's see. If you have multiple locations around New Mexico, but each has its own EIN and business license, could we classify them as locations? No. Or do we need to keep each location with a different business and or QB login? Yes. Each, you need to have a separate subscription, QuickBooks Online subscription for each EIN number. So one EIN number per subscription. You're welcome. Hey, let's see, let me make sure that I've done everything with tags that I wanted to share with you. So again, these are just 3 different features, you know, that you can use that can really, again, help you be able to get more insight on your business, the profit and loss income statement of your business, and to really tell you how are you really doing? How's your business really doing? And even though I just used an invoice to demonstrate the class and the location, you can use it for sales receipts, which we'll get into. You can use it for expenses. You can use it for deposits that you receive. So location, classes, and tags can all be assigned to really just about any transaction that you have. Okay. All righty. So Now what I want to do, let me stop sharing my screen, is go to our next section. And this would be looking at our vendors' expenses and purchases. In that, okay. Okay, so we want to go on and create or look at ways that we can pay our vendors and what that actually looks like. And so again, I really recommend, and instead of trying to use this for some transactions, to use your plus new button on your navigation. And then for your vendor, so everything dealing with vendors. So we'll start with expenses. And I want to use the one with the credit cards because that came up just so that you can see it. So let's say that we went and we purchased some items at Hicks Hardware. And we paid for that with our credit card. And so, and all I'm doing is just tabbing over to our payment account, and then I'm just going to type in M, and then the MasterCard would come up, and then I'm clicking on it. So once I click on the MasterCard as a payment account, then I see that we have right now $157.72 that we've already charged to our credit card. Then with the receipt, it has the date as today, and we'll keep it as today. And then the payment method. So this is the payment account. And the payment method, you could just that you paid it with a MasterCard, or if you just want to say it's a credit card. The reference number, usually I haven't really found a good reference number on that receipt that will tie to my credit card statement. So usually I leave the reference number blank. Or if you are paying your vendor sent you an invoice, a bill that you need to pay, and they have the invoice number on that invoice that they sent you, then you could put it here, but I rarely have done that. And then of course for the location. So for this particular product that I purchased at Hicks Hardware, is it going to our Clovis store or to our Portales store? So we're going to say it's going to go to our Portales store. And I did not set up any tags, but if I wanted to go on and add a tag here, I can. But I'm going to leave that blank. And then because I have purchased something from Hicks Hardware and it's already in the system, if you remember from this morning, I had told you that QuickBooks will automatically fill in information for you. And you can change that. And sometimes I would recommend that you do change it, because it will remember the last transaction that you entered for Hicks Hardware. And it will automatically enter it in this category detail at the bottom. So it automatically entered what chart of account that it will go into. But the other thing that it did is entered the amount from that last transaction when you purchase something from Hicks Hardware. This could really mess you up, because if you're not careful as you're entering receipts, you may see, oh, the amount's already there, and not really enter the correct amount. So I say be very careful in having that automatic fill in option selected. But so our purchase was actually, we're going to say $155.55. So you can't override it. The description, again, anytime you can put in description or something in memo, just to let whoever comes later, or even yourself, when you look at this the next week or the next month, you're like, what did I buy at Hicks Supply? So we purchased, since this is already a fill-in, some sprinklers. Let's see, let me make sure I want to do this. Okay, let's not say sprinklers. Let's say that we actually purchased some supplies, and they are some hand tools. And we can say like screwdrivers, or a screwdriver, hammer. And you just kind of want to list, or I would recommend that you list what you actually purchased. And the neat thing about this description is that you can highlight it, then copy, and then paste it down in the memo. So again, it saves you on keystrokes. Okay, I'll come back up to the line. And I am just going to come over here to class, and I'm going to say, well, we purchased it for the Portales store, and it is for our red department that we have. So I'm going to assign it to a class. Okay. So let's say, any questions on that? And let me get back. Oh, do you have something in Q&A? Let's see. Oh, can we see the screen? I'm so sorry. I'm up here doing all this talking and thinking you guys can see it. I'm so sorry. There is the screen. Yes, you were supposed to see the screen. My apologies. We're going to have to tell Chris that he can't go off. Okay, so here is the expense, the top portion that I was sharing with you. I put in Hicks Hardware, and the payment account is MasterCard. I put today's date, and then the payment method is MasterCard. The store I selected, which is my location, is Portales. And I said, if I wanted to create a tag, which I don't, I can do it here. Then the bottom portion of this tells QuickBooks which chart of accounts that I want it assigned to. Okay, is there something in chat? Okay. All right. So the first line, I changed it to supplies. And then in the description, that's where I put the tools, screwdriver, And then I changed the amount. And then I assigned it to my red department under the class column. Okay, so this is the category details. So this is where I am assigning it directly to an expense account. Then down here where it says item details, and this is for those of you who desire QuickBooks to keep inventory tracking for you. So let's say at this hardware store, I also purchased some inventory items that I am going to resell to my customers. And I did it all in one transaction on this credit card, okay? So down here under item details, I'm going to click on this little arrow, and it's going to lay out for me a different screen, so you can see that this bottom screen, this item details, is different from the category details. So the item details is your inventory that you're wanting QuickBooks to track for you. So let's say, since it's a hardware company, they also have, let me just use something that's already in here. I'm going to buy some sprinkler heads. So as soon as I click on the sprinkler heads, the description that I put in, and I showed you that earlier when I created that product item, that description comes up. Now I can change this. I can say that it's sprinkler heads, 3/4 turn or something like that. Whatever the description is, that may be different. And right now I have 25 on hand, but I needed some 3/4 turn sprinkler heads. So I purchased 5 of them. And those sprinkler heads actually cost me $1.50. Oop, not $11.50, but $1.50. So I put the $1.50 in the rate column and then hit tab, and QuickBooks will automatically do the calculation for me. So to be $7.50 for all 5 of those. And then I want to assign it to a different class, and that's my hardware department. So you can see from this expense, again, it's a credit card. I charge some items at Hicks Hardware. It's for my Portales store location, which is the red department at the Portales store and the hardware department at the Portales store. Okay. So the total receipt is $163.05. This matches. Let's see. When you are, okay, so for New Mexico, when you purchase items that you are going to resell to your customers, then you don't pay gross receipts tax. And I believe everybody knows that. If not, now you do. Okay. So Hicks Hardware is not going to charge us gross receipts tax on these sprinkler heads. Okay. However, because we are going to use these hand tools, screwdriver, and hammer, this is going to be our business use. We're not going to resell that to our customers. Technically, you are supposed to pay gross receipts tax because the business is the end user. So this $155.55 amount would include the gross income. You as a company, when you are purchasing items or services, you don't have to keep separate records of what you pay gross receipts for. Does that make sense to you guys? Now, when you sell it to your customer, that's when you need to track the gross receipts tax. So I know I've had other folks who kind of got confused on that. Okay. But, and let's say you purchase something from a company and they have to ship it to you. Well, part of your cost of that particular, if it was a sprinkler head, a part of your cost is that shipping cost, and you do want to roll it in to this rate. So instead of each sprinkler system really costing you $1.50, you want to probably divide the total amount by 5 and which will include the shipping costs plus what that company was actually charging for each sprinkler. So each one would be actually more than $1.50. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, and probably in the memo line here, we would also add sprinkler heads. I don't even know if there's a 3/4 turn sprinkler head. Something like that. Okay. We can also, QuickBooks allows us to upload any attachment to this transaction. So sometimes when you go to the different vendors, different companies, and purchase items using your credit card, they'll ask you, do you want to print or do you want them to email your receipt to you? So if you're one that don't like a lot of little papers, then select email to me. And then when you come back here and actually enter it into your QuickBooks from your, after you download it, that receipt and saved it somewhere on your computer, you can actually just click here and go out and find it and then attach it. Okay. Or if you have a hard copy of it, then you can always scan it in. Okay. So this is how you would record those individual purchases that you've made with a credit card. Okay. So we'll do save and close. So now when we go, just want to show you, oh, just went to my chart of accounts and I want to go to that MasterCard, to the check register. Close that up. Now I see that transaction that I just added that $163.05. And so that increased what now I owe to the bank that has my MasterCard. So now I owe them $320.77. Okay. Any questions? Don't see anything in Q&A or chat. So I'm going to go on. Okay, so the same way that we did the expense, we can do the check that way as well too. If you either handwrite a check or you can have QuickBooks actually print the check for you, it works the same way as an expense. You just want to record it as a check. So let's go on and look at the check and see how different the screen is. So again, you always have the payee, and let's pick someone differently. Let's say that we are going to pay our telephone bill and we're going to pay it with the check. And then for the bank account, for those of you who may have more than one business checking account, then you just want to make sure that you select the correct checking account. So we only have one here. And automatically QuickBooks will default to whatever account that you set as your default payment account. It also gives you the balance, and this is the QuickBooks balance of what you're saying that you have in your checking account, okay? Not the bank balance, but the book balance. And then QuickBooks will automatically remember the last check that you wrote. So it will assign the next succeeding number to the check number. So the last one we wrote was check number 70. So QuickBooks says, well, this one has to be 71. Maybe not. And let's say that it is something that you want QuickBooks to actually print. So QuickBooks can actually print on your checks all the information. And if that's what you're wanting, then you would actually select print later. So we're gonna keep that there. And then you notice here on the check number, it changes to print. Okay. Then we'll go down and because we're paying a telephone bill, it's always going to have a category or be in our category areas. We're not going to purchase items to resell usually from the telephone company, right? So we will not use this item detail, but it is still here for other vendors that you may purchase inventory from and you write a check to. Okay. So this one in our category, which ties to our chart of accounts, is telephone. So we're just going to type telephone. And since we already have telephone set up in our chart of accounts, it automatically comes up. And let's say that this is the August 2023 phone bill. And again, whatever you want to put in there. And so let's say it's a cell phone that you have, and you have 3 different cell phones. And you want to, and the your telephone bill is broken down to how much it is for each of your phone lines or your mobile phones that you have. So if that's the case, you can break this down. So let's say on this one, this was $100, and this particular phone bill was assigned to, I'm just going to use me. Oh, not 1,000, but 100. Okay. And we want to assign this. Actually, I'm going to create another class that's called overhead. So overhead is anything that does not fit in one of the other departments. So you really can't say that the $100 for Sandra's mobile phone bill is only for hardware, because she is the accountant for the entire company, or she's the marketing person and it's for the entire company. Whereas if you had a salesperson that was only assigned to the hardware department, so let's do that. And again, it's a telephone bill, and it's all on the same bill. Okay. We're just breaking it down a little bit more. So again, we can have more information, detailed information to help us make good management decisions. So this is a phone bill, and this is for our salesperson, and we're going to say it's Sam. And so he's in our hardware department to make sales. So we're going to say his phone bill is a lot. It's 500. So over here, we're going to assign this to the hardware department, because that's where he works primarily. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Okay, great question, Anonymous. And so when we get, let me hold that just for right now. Let's see. So if let's say that that's it. But again, you can see how you can break down your utility bills based on the different departments, or you can also break it down based on the different users. It's really how detailed you want to be, but especially if that that utility bill or that bill that comes in, it gives you that detail. I say definitely record it into QuickBooks. Okay. So the other thing that we can do is we can make this telephone check a recurring, because we know that we are going to get a bill from the telephone company every month. So instead of typing all of this information every month, then what we could do is make it recurring. And again, remember, you have to have plus or advanced to do this. So the first thing that I need to do to make it recurring is I need to actually save this check. So I am going to, and it's not, okay, let me do make recurring. Oh, okay, did a little bit. Usually I have to save it first and then make it recurring. So I just clicked on the more button. I'm not sure if you guys saw that. Let me go back. Okay, so down here at the bottom, you have some options. You can print the check, order checks, make recurring, or more. So all I did was click on the make recurring. So I get a different screen. And now QuickBooks wants me to tell it what template name do I want to use for this recurring check. So we can keep it as Cali Telephone. We can add monthly to it. Whatever you want to name it, this is totally internally for you. Then the next option is, what do you want to do? Do you want to schedule this, or you just want QuickBooks to remind you? Or the unscheduled means that whenever you want to use this recurring check, then you'll have to come to it, to the recurring transaction list and actually select it. So we're going to say we want it scheduled, and we want QuickBooks to just go on and create this check for us. And we want it to create it 10 days in advance. Our payee is Cal Telephone, and it will always come out of our checking account. Well, it's a check, so it should come out of our checking account, right? And how often? We want it monthly. You can always change this if you need it more on an annual basis, a weekly, or a daily. We'll keep it at a month. And what day of the month should this check be created? So we can either do it, say, on a particular day, or we can say the first Monday of every month, or we can say the last day, or the last Monday, should say, or let's see, the last Friday of the month. So usually when it really comes to, of course, your utility bills, it's usually on a day of the week, right? A day of the month, I mean. And so let's say it's by the 13th. That's usually when we get our utility bill for this telephone of every month. And then when do you want it to start? Well, since we are already doing a check for August, then we want this to start September 13th. And for the end, you can keep it as none, and it will just be there and continue to be created every month. Or if you wanted to end by a certain day, or if you want it, excuse me, to end after some particular, or after 10 times, it will do it 10 times, so 10 months, and after that, it won't schedule it anymore. Okay, so we're going to do none because we're going to always have a phone, right? So down here, if we wanted to change or add anything to the category details, we can. We can tell it either to assign a number or just print it later. And the memo, well, the description will change. So once this check is created, like for September, you'll probably want to come in here and change this from August to September. Okay. See, there's something in chat. Is recurring the same as memorized from the desktop version? Yes, it is, Laura. All righty, so now we're just gonna save this template. And it's going to be there for us to use, and I'll show you where that is here shortly. Okay. So let's, excuse me. Let me show you where that recurring transaction would be. And so on your gear icon and under lists, where it has recurring transactions. And there is my Cal telephone monthly. Okay. All right, so let's actually go back to get some water here. Excuse me. Let's go and look at that actual, excuse me, that check that we created. So I'm just going to go to list under chart of accounts, and I want to go to my view register. I put in the right date. Oh, I think because I didn't save it. I should have saved and closed and went back in. I don't think it saved it for me. Okay. Well, let me just answer your question this way. Let me just do another check. And this is for your, actually, I don't have a name for this question. Okay. So if you have a automatic payment or an online bill pay that's coming out of your account, you're still going to do it the same way that we did it before. Let's say Fidelity. And instead of having the check number, what I kind of use is like EFT, or I also have used bill pay, and I will put the day's date that it was actually paid, because you have to number this. So 08 08. Oh, I don't know if it'll take that. 3. And this way I know that it is a bill pay. An online bill pay or an automatic payment. And so instead of assigning it an actual check number, this is how I would recommend that you would actually list it. So hopefully that answered the question. It's if I pay the bill with an auto pay or online bill pay, can I write bill pay instead? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm just going to jump out of this. I'm not going to save it. Okay. Let's see here. Thinking some of my transactions for some reason are not saving to the sample company file. Any other questions on expenses? Oh, you know what? Actually, there was a question. Let me show you how you would actually pay. Okay. It might be because so many people are on the data call that it is just not cooperating. Let's see. Yeah. And I don't want to go out and come back in because I'll have to reset my classes. Let's see. Well, we have actually been going for a little bit over an hour, so let's take a quick 5-minute break. I may have to go out and come back in, so I will set my timer. 5 minutes. Okay.
back. Are you there, Sandra?
I am here.
I'm here too, just so you know.
We are on a quick 20-second ending break.
Sounds good. I came back just in time.
All righty. Well, there's my other timer that went off. Okay, so hopefully that was a good break for everyone. And what I would like to do just by actually, I think I had someone who raised their hand. I don't know if we've already addressed that yet. I don't see their hand anymore. So that may have changed. Okay. So by a show of hands, if you could let us know if you use invoicing in your business, if you invoice your customers, cool. Okay. So that they can pay you later. All righty. So what I want to do now is actually do a demonstration on invoicing, receiving in payments, and how that flows through to the bank feed, and then your checking register, how that all looks. So invoicing for your clients, of course, is when you provide the service or you sell them the product and you are going to wait to receive payment at a later time. If they are coming to you and they are purchasing the product or the services and they pay you immediately after you provide the product or service, then you want to give them a sales receipt. Okay. So if you do the invoice route, there is really a 3-step process that I will go over that is important for you. And not all of you may have to do the last step, but I still want to show you what those steps are. So to start, you will create an invoice. So again, we're going to go to the navigation bar and click on the plus new button. And then under customers, we're going to select invoice. So how many of you, again, by show of hands, do estimates? Okay. All righty. Okay. So looks like we have a significant number. So let's actually start with estimates. So again, on our navigation bar, the plus button, we are going to go to estimates instead of invoice. So your customer comes to you, and like I have a job for construction that I need done at my house, and I've asked a contractor to give me an estimate, which I need to call him because he hadn't given it to me yet. So anyway, so whoever your customer is, let's use someone we haven't used before. Let's use Video Games by Dan. So we're going to do some landscaping services for this particular business, but they want an estimate first. So we'll go in and we'll create the estimate. The estimate date, we're just going to keep it as of today. a lot of your estimates that you receive, they usually give you like 30 days. So we're going to do the same. We're going to say that it will expire by September 7th. So we're going to give them 30 days. And again, because we set up a location, but we're going to say that this particular estimate is going to be for our Clovis store. They are going to handle it because even though he's in Arizona, Clovis is going to handle it, right? All righty. So we are going to provide to this customer. We are going to do some design work. And based on really what they are wanting to do, we are going to estimate that it's going to take us 2 hours to put a design, a floor plan, or layout of the landscape. So we're going to change that quantity to 2. And we are actually going to charge Dan a little bit more than our $75 rate. We're actually going to charge him $80 just because we just raised our prices because we need to. So we can change that rate amount, and then QuickBooks will compute that for us. So of course, since we are in New Mexico, and we do have to collect taxes on services, we are going to say that this custom design is taxable. So we are going to click on the tax column. We're going to put a check mark there. And for the class, we really don't have it where it's for a particular department. We're just going to say it's overhead because we don't have a particular department. So we're going to assign it to overhead. So that's going to be our design. That's our estimate. And, you know, if at this point we knew what type of products, or let's say he does want a fountain, just so that we can go on and put this in. He wants a rock fountain. And we're going to charge him $275 for that rock fountain. And it's just going to be one, and it is taxable. And that's actually going to come out of our red department. So that's our estimate. The other thing that we can do on this estimate, if we wanted to give him a discount for whatever reason, so we could do it as a percentage of the $435, or we can give him $10 off. So maybe we did a promotion and we are giving $50 off for us coming in and designing a landscape for you. So it's $50. So we want to type that in there. So QuickBooks will automatically deduct the $50 from the $435. And then we have to tell QuickBooks what is the sales tax rate for this particular client. So I'm not really going to get into what New Mexico does. That's a conversation that you can definitely have with one of my colleagues, or if you're in our Clovis, Portales, Fort Sumner area, you can talk with myself or one of Dom, and we can talk to you about gross receipts tax and which rate you should use. So what we are going to just use, since it's already set up, we're just going to use the Tucson rate, but we have to tell QuickBooks what the sales tax rate is. Okay. So we have already established in our item list that we have a sales tax item that's called Tucson, and the tax rate is 9.1%. So we actually have to enter that in on our estimate. So now that we look at all this, maybe on the message display, we can tell Dan, thank you. Thank you for considering our company or something like that. So this will actually be displayed on the estimate that Dan will see. Okay. And if we have, let's say that we have notes that we took for this particular design, there's some more information, or we have an input sheet or whatever we may have, we can actually attach it to this estimate so that we can have a record of it. Okay. So now we have two choices, or three, sorry, we have three choices. We can save this estimate, and then QuickBooks will give us another blank estimate. So if we're sitting down, just entering in all of our estimates in one setting, then QuickBooks allows us to go on and continue. Or we can do save and close. So it will save this estimate and it will close us out of the estimate option. The other thing we can do is save and send. Now the save and send will mean that we are going to email this estimate to Dan. So let me show you what that looks like. So we're going to click on the save and send. And so QuickBooks tells us this is the email address that they will send this estimate to. In the subject line, it will be estimate from Craig's Design and Landscaping Services. You can change this. The body of the email will be what's listed here, but as you see, I have highlighted it so you can change it to read how you want it to read. And then over here to the left, you will see what the estimate will look like as far as how Dan will receive it. So we can also print just the estimate at this point if we wanted to, or just go on and do send and close, or we can also do send and new again if we have some more estimates to do for other clients. So we're going to do send and close. And so QuickBooks will actually Intuit will send an email to your client. It will have your company email address. It will not look like it comes from your company because it won't. It will come from Intuit, but Intuit will include your company's email address. And of course, that letter that we had looked at. And then within that email, then your client can see the estimate or either click on a link and see the estimate. Okay.
Sandra, can they accept the estimate with a button in the email?
Oh, you know what? That is a great question, and I don't know.
I think so, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. I actually, a lot of the clients that I have, they don't use the estimate. So I don't know. I have to find that out. That's a great question. Okay, so let's go back in. So let's say yes, that the client has accepted that estimate. So now we want to create an invoice. So again, we go up to the plus new and we select invoice. And we select the customer, which was Dan, I believe. And then what happens, as soon as I typed in Dan, then QuickBooks says, hey, you have an estimate that you did for Dan. Do you want to use it? And so that was this little, let me click that back off. So we call it a drawer. So this little arrow that's the greater than, is it the greater than symbol? If you just click on it, then this little drawer opens. And not only do we have an estimate for Dan, but we also have some charges for maybe another landscape job we did. And then we've already started a weekly gardening services where we're going out weekly and taking care of his garden. So we don't want to do all those right now, but I can select. If I click add all, then it would add all of those, the estimate, the charges to this one invoice. But we just want to do the estimate. So we'll click on add. Now, everything that I just entered on that estimate, it will appear now on the invoice. And then QuickBooks in this top left hand side, right under the word invoice, it will tell us that this invoice is now linked to this estimate. So you can see where the beginning of this invoice actually really started, and it started with the estimate. Okay. We can change the invoice date. We can change the terms. So the terms meaning this is how long we're going to give him to pay this invoice, either in 30 days, or we can give him 10 days or 15 days, or tell him it's due on receipt. We can actually anything on here we can change. We can even change the location if it was going to be Portales instead of Clovis. If it was going to be a different department in the classes, we can change it. Or maybe we even decided that, you know what, it's really not going to take us 2 hours to do the design work. It's really only going to take us 1 hour. Then we can change that. Okay. And it will change everything else. Questions, or maybe we already had a question and you addressed it.
Yes, it was. I found the answer to the question about the accepting of the decline.
Okay. Alrighty. So that's taking an estimate and creating an invoice with it. And you can see how that helps you cut down on time. Because all you had to do was enter the information once, and that was in the estimate. But it gives you the flexibility to change it on the invoice. So again, for those of you who are doing invoicing, the invoice, creating the invoice is really technically the first step, unless you do estimates. Okay, clear as mud, right? So now we can actually, we still have the same options. We can save and send. We can save and new. We can save and close. And we can save and share a link. I always just save and send. I have also printed invoices. So QuickBooks does allow you to print or preview the invoice. And so we'll click this here and then select print or preview. So now this is what the invoice looks like. And maybe there's something in the invoice that you just didn't like. Maybe you didn't like the messaging or what have you. This gives you a preview of what it is, and then you can go back and actually change the form, the invoice, if you wanted to. Okay, so at this point we can print, we can download it, but we're just going to close. The other thing that we can do is, so I do work with one client who has like rental property. And actually it's a storage units that they have. And so they invoice their renters monthly. And so with this invoice, they could just make this invoice recurring. And the same thing that I did with the expenses about an hour ago, the recurring works the same way with the invoice. You name it, You tell it how often, if it's monthly, weekly, what have you. The dates on it, I mean, the same format. And so again, that way you don't have to recreate this invoice, every month or weekly or however the invoice needs to be generated. Okay, the other thing that we can do is this more button. So I'll click on the more button. So sometimes you have to get rid of an invoice for whatever reason. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe there's 2 invoices that were created and you didn't realize it, so you need to cancel one of them. I highly recommend, once that invoice has been saved, that all you do is void it out. I recommend that you do not delete an invoice. Because if you delete the invoice, not only does QuickBooks get rid of everything on here, but also, if you notice in this top left-hand corner, your invoices are numbered. So if you delete this invoice and you try to run a report so you can see all of your invoice numbers, it will go from invoice number 1039 to 1041 because you deleted 1040. And when you delete, it is gone. So anytime you have the opportunity between void or delete, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you do void. You can also copy this invoice. And let's say you want to copy it because it's for a different client, but it's going to be similar information, but just a different customer. So you can select the copy, and then on that copy, then you can change the customer name and even make other changes to it if you need to. The other thing is this transactional journal. And this transactional journal basically gives you the accounting behind this invoice. So it will show you all the accounts that are affected by this invoice. Because even though you don't see it, an invoice affects accounts receivables. If you have inventory like we do in this one, this fountain, it will have an effect on your inventory asset account and your sales account because you're making a sale. So income's coming in, and also your cost of goods sold account. So all of that is happening in the background with QuickBooks. And of course, I probably shouldn't have clicked on it because it took me somewhere else I didn't want to go. So, gotta love this. Anyway, it will show us that in the background. So that's the invoice. Any questions on invoice and estimates before we go to the next step?
So Sandra, we have a very specific question, and if this attendee wants to raise their hand, I could unmute you if you want to
Okay.
speak.
Okay.
But basically, this person's an independent contractor. They get paid weekly for the services they do. But this person gets paid, and then they subtract expenses for travel, for fuel, insurance, etc. And I think this person is worried that if they made an invoice, it would never match the actual payment because they never know how much the actual payment will come in minus the deductions.
Okay.
I know how they would enter it in. Maybe they just don't have to do an invoice at all and they could just enter it in as a multi-line transaction.
Right. And how they could enter it, just as a bank deposit, which is what we're going to get into, or, they really don't have to submit like a sales receipt to their their prime or whoever is paying them. So really, they could probably just do it as a deposit, which is what we're going to here on the third step.
I think that would be the easiest.
Yeah. Because they're not paying any of those expenses. It's just being withdrawn from them. Yeah. Okay. And I don't know, did that answer their question to their satisfactory?
If they want to raise their hand, I'll allow them to speak, but I think we have a shy attendees.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let me allow you to speak. You are allowed to speak and you just have to unmute.
So I understand what you're telling me because there's companies that I've worked for that 1099 me for the net. This company in particular 1099s me for the gross. So I have to account for the deductions.
Oh, okay. All righty. So they give you a 1099 on the gross.
Yes.
Huh. Do you
Yeah.
pay for your, do you pay for your own travel or they pay for the travel?
No, this is a logistics, so it's transportation. So
Okay,
it's a trucking company.
okay,
I'm leased onto them, so I subcontract under them, run under their authority and their insurance and all of that. All of which I pay for.
okay, okay, that's what I was asking you. Yeah,
But
Okay.
I pay for it in the form of a deduction from my gross.
okay. So. Well, you do need to record it as an expense, but when you receive the payment, it is as of the net. Right?
Yes, the payment I get is the net payment.
Okay, all right. So you can always do invoices, but not send it to the people. You could just have it internally, or probably not even an invoice. I would probably do a sales receipt at this point. So you could record the gross amount that you received as sales, and then subtract out the, basically it'd be your expenses for travel and food and whatever else that they deducted. So let me kind of show you how you could possibly, let me go here, possibly do that.
Sandra, I wouldn't do a invoice at all. I would just do it as a hard entry and then do a multi-line entry deducting the expenses.
Are you talking about a journal entry, Chris?
Not a journal entry, but just entering the income, but taking out the expenses with the lines underneath.
Right, as a, so how are you saying to do it, as a bank deposit or sales?
Yeah, I would do it as a deposit and just take
Okay.
out the expenses in a multi-line entry.
Yeah, you can do that too. So let's make sure that, I think it will do negatives, if that's what you're talking about.
I'm hoping. I know on desktop, I know on the desktop, you could just go to your check register and do a multi-line entry and assign expenses right away.
Okay, Omar, let me ask you this. When they pay you with the check, is that the only deposit that you make to your checking account?
It's direct deposited, so yes.
It's direct deposited. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you want to turn off the recording. Chris. Oh, I guess I could do it too, huh? Did you stop the recording, Chris? Did he leave me? Okay. So does anyone else have questions on the invoicing and estimates? I believe that's where we were. So the invoicing is the first step. Okay. So at some point in the future, then you are going to receive that payment on that invoice. And that is the second step that we would do. And so regardless of how you receive that payment, if it is a check that that business sends to you, or maybe they pay electronically with a credit card based on the invoice that you sent them, or they came and gave you cash, you need to record the payment. And this is where it can kind of get somewhat messy if you're not careful. So let's start with, let's say that they gave you a check. So they mailed you or brought by a check to you for that amount. So we'll need to receipt in the payment. So we'll go to, I'm going to just show you another way that you can go to receive in this payment. And so we're going to go to our customers. And so this is our customer screen. And in this little search box, we are going to type in Dan. And then the video games by Dan will come up. So we'll click on that. Now what we can see is this is his customer ledger account that we have. So at the top, we have everything that pertains to video games by Dan. So his mailing address, his phone number, his email address, any notes that we have put in for this particular customer will appear here. The other thing that we have is this summary page of what his open balance is. So this is how much he owes us, and there's nothing that's overdue, which is good. So that's a picture view at a glance of video games by Dan. Then down here, we have 3 tabs. We have a transaction list, we have a statements, customer details, and then late fees. So on the, let me get rid of that. So on the transaction list, so these are all the transactions that we have created for video games by Dan. So we have the invoice that we just did. We have the estimate, and it shows that that estimate was converted, which again, that's cool. We have some charges that we have done in the past, as you can see the date, July 10th, that we do want to pass on to Dan, but we're just going to do it at a later time. Okay. Then at the end of each of these transactions, QuickBooks tells us what the next step is. And for this invoice, the next step is to receive in the payment. Whereas these other charges, the next step is to create an invoice. Okay, so we are going to click on receive payment. So we'll have that check in front of us, Dan's check in front of us. And I recommend for the payment date, you put the date that's on the check. And the reason why you do this is if you provide any type of discount to your employee or to your customers, if you tell them, so if you pay me within 10 days of the date of this invoice, then I'll give you a 1% discount. So QuickBooks will compute that for you, but you have to help it out by making sure that you put in the correct payment date. So again, I would put in the date that they wrote on that check. So let's say that that date was the 10th. So we'll change it to August 10th. The payment method, they paid with a check. And then for the reference number, I would put the check number. Now here's that undeposited funds account. So the undeposited funds account really represents like your cash drawer or your safe in your business. So it's where you would collect all your checks and your cash for the day and then place them in your safe or your register until either the next day or later on in the day, you take those checks and that cash to the bank to make a deposit. So that's what undeposited funds represent. It's just kind of a holding for you. Now, some of you, like in your case, Omar, you said that they do a direct deposit for your check. So on that sales receipt that we did, instead of saying deposit it to undeposited funds, it will go directly to your checking account. Because you don't have a handwritten or you don't have a physical check in your hand that you're going to physically take to the bank. Okay. So you can let us know if you need a little bit more information on that, if that didn't make sense. Sometimes you may have a customer who, even though they owe you $332.76, maybe they pay you $340. So if that's what they pay you, if that's what that check is for, or written as, then you want to change the amount received to $340 because that's what you're going to take to the bank. Okay. If they pay you under that amount, then again, let's say it was only $325. You want to make sure you put in amount received as $325. And we're going to leave that as $325 because I want to show you what you would need to do to the overage or the underage that they actually paid you. Because we selected Dan, Video Games by Dan, and we selected this particular invoice, then QuickBooks knows that this is the invoice that they're paying. So it will automatically put a check mark there. After I change this to 325, I needed to click off of it. So in the payment column, it will change to 325. And of course, I can change it to here. Okay. Then in the memo line, I can put partial payment on invoice or whatever message that you want to put on there. Okay. Any comments on this at this point? Okay. So I am going to do save and close. And QuickBooks is going to still let me know when I go back to Dan that he still owes me $7.76 on this invoice. So I have the option, let's say that for some reason I gave him a discount or something, I can go in and actually change the invoice and put that discount of $7.76 in there, or he just owes us that money. And and we'll just keep it as it's an open balance for us. And that's what we want to do now. We want to keep it as an open balance. So the invoice that shows here for Dan right here, it still show that $7.76 is due. So we can still receive in a payment for it. And then it shows us the partial payment that we just created. And this portion on that invoice of $325 is closed, but not the entire invoice. And again, it gives us the payment number. Okay. Any questions? All righty. So that's the second step when you are doing invoicing, as it relates to receiving cash or either checks. Now, when you have your customers who pay from the invoice that you sent them, so they'll click on the link and they'll use their credit card or their put in their routing account number, their account number and their routing number, and pay by ACH. However they pay, if it's one of those methods, then QuickBooks is going to know that they are paying on that invoice. So again, if they pay from the QuickBooks invoice, then when you go up here and let's see. Want to get a bank feed. There we go, bank transactions. You're always changing these. Okay. So we're gonna skip those. So when they pay by, as I said, with the credit card on that link that you sent to them, and you have your checking account linked to QuickBooks, in a couple of days after they pay, when you come to the bank transactions, then that payment is going to be listed here. I only have one, is Books by Bessie, and this is where she actually made a payment, but I'll deal with this one later. So, but that payment that your client has made from that invoice, it will appear here, and it will have that this amount matches a transaction in your books. And then you have the choice of clicking this button. Instead of saying review, it will say match. And if you're comfortable seeing that $325 that your customer paid with the credit card actually matches that invoice, then you can click the match button, and then QuickBooks will automatically take that link transaction that it downloaded and put it into your check register. And this is where I was saying, this is where you really have to be careful with the bank transactions that download that bank feed. Okay, I believe we have a question. So let me look at this. So Laura, if you have a customer who paid with the link in the invoice and then asks for a refund, what would be the steps I take? I refunded the payment in merchant services, but is there anything I need to do back in QuickBooks to show the invoice is still unpaid? Okay, so if you gave them, I'm not sure if I can do this, Laura. Let's see. if you gave them an invoice or not an invoice, sorry, a refund, then what you would want to do is to go in to QuickBooks and actually void out. Okay, hold on here. Depends on, okay, they pay with the link in the invoice. Okay. They ask for a refund. You refunded it in like one of the merchant services, and I guess that you are using either Stripes or one of those, or PayPal or something like that, Laura. And I just gave you there you go.
Hi.
Hi. So it was already refunded through your merchant service.
Yeah, I went in and processed it as a refund, and I got the confirmation that it was refunded. But when I go back in and look at the invoice in QuickBooks, it's still showing as paid.
That they had paid it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, and so what you would do is see how the best way of doing that.
Sandra, I have this happen too when I would sell online.
Okay.
You're not gonna like it. I would delete the invoice.
No, I don't like it.
I didn't want to do it either.
So let's see. So what you would do is go, you know what? I don't know why I clicked off. I stopped sharing my screen. So let me go back to share my screen. So what you would want to do, because technically they did pay on that invoice, and I don't know if it was services or if it was actually product, but
Services.
you would want to refund the receipt to them.
Okay. I did that, and then it entered a credit memo, and I wasn't sure if I was doing the right thing. So I went and backtracked and deleted the credit memo. But if that's what I need to do, then so would I issue a new invoice if they wanted to pay it again with a different credit card?
So
Then
it depends on what it was. Why did they want the refund? I mean, you don't have to go in. Yeah,
they
go
paid
on.
it with their personal card instead of their business card.
But they are going to pay you
Yes, ma'am. Mhm.
for it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, you still have to show that they received the refund. So I would still go into refund receipt
Mhm.
to show that you gave the money back so that it could be taken out of your account.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So,
then
so merchant services, even though it showed as refunded, it's not linking back to the QuickBooks right away. Is that correct?
which merchant service are you using?
Intuit Merchant Services online.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it will. It is going to show that
Hmm.
it's going to show it as a deposit coming back.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll check the bank account first just to make sure it's shown as coming back as a deposit, and then issue a new invoice. Is that correct?
Right. Mhm.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
very much.
You're welcome.
Sorry, this has been stumping me all week long. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then Sandra, do you want me to read the other question off? Do we have
Yeah.
time? So this person is a consignment retailer, so they rent space to other people to sell at the indoor flea market consignment store. And they want to know, should they do a reoccurring invoice to their renters, but they also charge a percentage of sales, and just change the percentage of sales to reflect the actual each month? Or should they create a new invoice for every month that they bill the renters?
Yeah, you could definitely do a recurring invoice, and you can have both of those on there. And yeah, you'll just have to remember to change the percentage, but I'm just wondering, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, but why the percentage would change from month to month? Would it not be the same percentage?
And Eric, you're allowed to speak, just unmute and you can answer the question. I could kind of answer that, Sandra, just because
Okay,
all
here
the,
he is.
okay, there. Go ahead, Eric.
Uh-oh, maybe not. Okay, so go on and answer it the way you think that he meant it, Chris.
So when I would sell on consignment, everything I had a unique price,
Mhm.
and they would charge, I don't know, a monthly fee plus 10%, 20% of my sales. But the sales would be different every month.
But the percentage would not.
Could you do a percentage of sales on the invoice?
Hmm. Hmm. Or really, you wouldn't really know what that percentage of sales is. I mean, that amount is unless you do it offline anyway.
That's exactly.
Yeah, because they would give you the sales and then you would just multiply whatever the percentage is and then have to record it. Yeah,
Exactly.
but you could still change it on the recurring invoice before you send it to them. You can make that adjustment.
And then Carrie asks, how could she input a loss for something that got damaged? Like, maybe something was damaged, so she has to deduct that from the inventory. She says she does embroidery, so maybe she was doing a project and the project got ruined, so she had a loss there. Materials.
Okay, so you would still be able to expense out your materials. And that would be the only loss that you would have. So your materials are already recorded as expenses. And so you don't need to record anything additional for the loss, because it's already written off. Okay. Alrighty, let me go back to my notes. See where we are. Oh, I need to, okay. So the third step, I got to show you that. Is, okay, so first you created the invoice showing that your customers owe you for whatever product or service that you offered or sold to them. Then you receive in the payment. Then now you have to make the deposit. And so again, this is when you are dealing with checks that you physically receive or cash that you physically get. You need to do this third step, and that's make the deposit. So to make the deposit, make sure I'm still in the correct screen. You again go to the navigation bar, the plus new, and under the other column, you would click on bank deposits. So all of the payments and the sales receipts that you have received and entered for your customers, they will appear here. So again, this money or these checks are sitting in your either cash register or your business safe. Then at the end of the day or the morning of the next day, you're going to prepare a deposit slip and record those checks and any cash that you receive, and then take it to the bank to deposit it. So this is what the make deposit is. So you want to make sure that you're depositing it into that correct checking account for those of you who have more than one checking account. And the date should correspond to the date that the bank says that they received the deposit. So if you wait until, after 5 o'clock and you do like an overnight deposit at your bank, the bank is going to use the next work day saying that they received that deposit. So you want to make sure that your QuickBooks data file have the same date. And it's just going to help when you do bank reconciliation. So let's say that all of these monies that we receive from our customers, we are going to deposit it. So quickly in this first column, I can just put a check mark here, and QuickBooks will put a check mark by all of those monies that I received. Okay. And it gives me the total and then the payment total, which is going to be the same for this situation. Okay. So let's say also that my insurance company sent me a check for, especially in Eastern New Mexico, West Texas, all of this rain we've been having. So I'm sure a lot of people have gotten insurance checks, right, for work or for damages. So when we receive checks that aren't tied to a customer, or let's say that we as the owner, we wrote a check out to our business because it needed money, then we want to add this to the deposit. And so we will do that down here. Also, if we have actual cash money too, that again wasn't tied to a customer, we had $500 that we just want to put into our business account, but it's actually physical money, then we would record it here. Okay. So let's do an owner's capital, just so that you can see that. So we receive money from the owner, and we're going to create a new account that's called owner's capital. And it's not income. As I said, it's an equity account. And if you're not sure how to do this, then that is definitely where you can, the Small Business Development Center, one of my colleagues, can definitely help walk you through this. So we are going to say it's, actually I hate what they use. We're going to say it's a partner contribution, although it's a single owner. And we're just going to save and close. So we're going to say, let's see, monies to increase capital account. And the payment we're going to say is $1,000. The payment method, sorry, wrong place. It's actually a check. And the reference number is 25001. It's the check number, and the amount is $1,000. And the class, we just want to give it to overhead. So that's how we would record monies that need to be deposited into our checking account that's not tied to our customers. Okay. Are there questions on that? I see something in chat unless you did something. Okay, we're just making statements. Okay. So at this point, we can print this particular deposit, sometimes you can purchase pre-printed deposit slips and actually load that into your printer. And then QuickBooks can actually just fill in the information on that deposit slip, just like it does when it prints checks. Or you can just print a deposit summary. And this will show you all the payments that were made with the check from your customers, as well as that check that you as the owner made out to your business. The total deposit amount and the deposit total, or subtotal and the deposit total. Okay, so you can print that if you want, you can download it or not. Okay. Now, this one I didn't address, but I will go on and do that. I highly recommend when you make a deposit for your checking account, to your checking account, that you do not do cash back. Now, I know QuickBooks gives you the option, but when you need to take cash out of your business account, I highly recommend that you just write yourself a check and do it that way. So it's just for better accounting process. So we are going to save and close. And when we go back and we look at our register here, then we are going to see that deposit. And it's going to show up as a split, but we can just maneuver over it like I've done, and it gives you the details of what makes up that over $4,000 deposit. Okay. All righty. So let's talk about bank fees with the time that we have left. So when we've talked about linking our account. There's a whole process, and it's in the booklet that we did give you, that you can actually shows how you can link your accounts. And also QuickBooks does have several different videos on that as well too, as how to link your accounts. So in the bank transaction, as I said, only the link accounts will appear here. And here we have our checking, and we're just going to look at our checking account. So we have 25 transactions that have downloaded to our checking account from our bank that are not yet in our bank register. Because again, we don't want to put them there until we're comfortable with what it says, and that it's not a duplicate, and that it's accurate. Okay. So there are, and I'm just scrolling down because I want to get to this one on July 13th. So there is a deposit of $868.15. And QuickBooks says that it has found one record that probably matches. So we have the choice to confirm that. And when we confirm it, then what we're saying is it actually matches. So go on and put it into our checking account. Well, we don't know. There's a little bit more information that we need, because now it may not happen with this deposit because it is unique. It's $868.15. But you may have several, like this one, $75 checks. or $800 checks or $1,000 checks. And QuickBooks may be picking up several of them like they are doing for this one. There's a $75 amount that is a check, but in our check register, we have an expense of $75 that is for Pam. And then we have a bill payment for $75. So which one is it? So we don't know. So even though, again, it says that, yes, there is a record right here and it's confirmed, I still like to click on it and really look at it and see if this is actually really what I want. And is it going to go in the right category too? So right now it's just selected to find match. So I'm going to change this to categorize. And there's really nothing that comes up, but if I know enough about this transaction, then I can go on and tell it that who the vendor is or the customer that I'm receiving this money from, because it is a deposit. Select the category. It may not be an income. It may actually be a refund of an insurance policy that I paid. And so we don't want to count that as income. We may want to assign a location to that particular transaction or a class, or even a tag. And we may want to go on and put it into, put something in the memo line. So that helps us if we want to be a little bit more clear about what that transaction is all about. So we're comfortable that, yes, that is the $868.15 that we deposited on July 13th. So we can just tell QuickBooks that we confirm it. So it takes it out of this list and puts it into our check register. Now we have 24 transactions that we need to review. So let's do one that hasn't been assigned a category. So let's do a rental for $1,200. So we're going to click the review button. And sometimes, oh, here we go. The bank detail, it will let you know a little bit more information on what this transaction is about. And hopefully it'll be enough information where you can go in and you can actually make some changes here. So the first thing that we want to do is change this to, or add who the vendor is. So it's A1 Rental is the name of the vendor. So now this opens up because this is a new vendor. We've never had it before. So it opens up the vendor portal. And all of this other information for the vendor, we can come back and add it later. But we just want A1 Rental. We want to save it and go on. And because QuickBooks does not know what expense this actually goes to, is going to automatically put it into an uncategorized expense account. You really don't want this account to have any monies in it or any numbers in it, because it's really kind of like a catch-all. So you want to be able to assign all of your transactions to a particular chart of accounts, so a category. So a rental is actually rental expense. So we're going to just type equipment rental. We'll just use that. It's not tied to any particular customer. It's not tied to any particular store. And for the class, we're just going to make it overhead. And then we are going to put in rental of, I think it said backhoe. There it is. of back. So that gave us a little bit of detail here that it was a backhoe. But again, you may have all of your paperwork that you can go back to and really see what that A1 rental is. So now that we're comfortable that this 1,200 was for the backhoe rental and it was for a rental, I put A1 rental, but a rental, and go and change it. Then I can confirm it. Okay. Let's do another one. Let's do this clean car, because there's a transaction on July 11th for $19.99. But QuickBooks says, hey, there's two that have this amount, and I don't know which one it belongs to. So again, we'll have to click review. And we would need to go, and sometimes what you'll have to do is maybe go to your bank account. And a lot of the banks that I have seen, they will have a picture of the check that you wrote, so you can see if this was actually a check or a debit that you wrote for this particular car wash, or a cash expense, if maybe it was on July 4th. So you can kind of look and see, you'll have to do a little bit of research using outside sources to see which one of these transactions is really for this download. And this could be, yes, another problem or a con when it comes to bank downloads. Because if you really don't research and know which one it is, it can be changed, but it can cause issues though too. So we did the research. It is a check debit that we did, and it was on the 11th. And so we just want to confirm it. And so now that goes out of this for review and goes to our bank register. So let's do another one that we wanted to memorize. Let's do this Hall Properties. So it says that it did find it in our check register, and that's cool, but we want to click on Hall Properties. And we actually, I want to make it where it would remember. Maybe the rule has already been set up. Let me try another one. Let me do this a rental. Let's see what this one. Okay, yeah. Since it hadn't been confirmed. So a rental, we know that every time we have a transaction, we can say of $800, that's always going to go to a rental. And we just want to make a rule that every time the a feed from a rental comes in from the bank feed, that automatically QuickBooks will go on and assign it to A1 rental. The category will be equipment rental. It'll be overhead. And we may want to say that this is the monthly rental, because we're always renting from them on a monthly basis, this one piece of equipment. So we want to tell QuickBooks that we want to create a rule. So we get this little drawer that slides out, and QuickBooks wants us to name the rule. So you can name it anything you want. Just make sure that you name it something that is going to be understandable for other people. So you could say a rental monthly equipment for plow. And so after we name it, then QuickBooks wants to know, apply this to transactions that are when money's going out. So yes, it's a rental, so it is money going out versus money coming in. So we want to keep it there. This rule will only apply to our checking, although we can have it apply to our MasterCard too as well, but we're going to leave it to the checking. And include all of the following. Or we can have it include any of the following. So these are the conditions. So we're going to say that in the description, as long as it contains a rental, then we want this rule to apply. Let's say another condition that we want is the amount, that the amount has to equal $800. So these two rules must be true before we apply this, or these two conditions, I'm sorry, must be true before we apply this rule to any transaction. And then if those two conditions are true, then we want you to assign this transaction as an expense. And the account that we want you to go to is equipment rental. And who you paid, A1 rental. And if it was for a particular customer, we're going to leave that blank. We're going to leave our tax blank. Our class will always be the same. We don't care about the store at this point. And each transaction that's downloaded from the bank, it will have a memo line to it. And the bank will give you as much information as they need. So on here is asking if you want it to replace the bank info or information with whatever text you include here. You can do that. You can say, well, add that this is the monthly payment. But you also want to keep the bank memo too. So you would click here. So not only will it keep what the bank says this transaction is, but it will also add to it monthly payment, which is what you wanted. Okay. And here, so this is where this would be another con if you use the bank feed and you use the rules. I recommend, until you get a really good hang of it, that you do not select automatic confirm. Because what automatic confirm will do is once that transaction comes in from the bank, then QuickBooks will read it. If it matches all these conditions that you have established up here, it will automatically put it into your check register. And you don't have the option to review it. So again, we kind of recommend that you don't do the auto confirm just yet, unless you are like 100% comfortable with this rule and that it will not deviate. So I will pause and see if we have any questions.
Hey, Sandra, there is one question. So Vernon does he doesn't go into the bank and give the check for deposit. He does a mobile deposit on the phone.
Okay.
And he wants to know if you have to go through all these steps, all 3 steps to record a mobile deposit.
No. So if it's paid, if that deposit, if that check is paid because of an invoice, you still need to receive in the payment. You still got to do that. But instead of having the payment that you receive go to undeposited funds, you would just select that it goes automatically to the checking account. And I can show you that here in a little bit, if you remind me. So you just won't do make deposits. That'll be the only step that he would not do. Okay.
And that's it in the questions right now. Let me check the chat. Oh, there's
Okay.
one more.
There's a Q&A. Yeah, okay. Would you already answer it? Okay.
Oh, Vernon was saying thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we'll just save this if there's no questions on the rules. So that's how you would set up a rule for any of your bank feeds. Okay. Now, I definitely would not recommend this. However, if you are comfortable and you see this Hicks hardware and you're like, oh yeah, that was $228, I'm for sure on that one. So you can go over here to the left and click it. And then there's a PG&E that came in. That was a bill payment. And you're like, oh yeah, that is part of my in my checkbook. There's a deposit of $408. You're like, yeah, I did that. That was on the 12th. Let's do that. So as I clicked all these, you have seen that this little ribbon comes up. So it has that there's 2 money out transactions in the total, and then money in transaction of 408. And just a quick way of recording all this, especially if you have a lot of them, but you're comfortable with them, then you can just click confirm. QuickBooks will automatically take it out of this holding space and put it into your check register. So one more thing, and then we'll move on. Let's say that there is like this 55 twin lane. There's a $50. And it's saying that, and that's a bad one. Let's do this one. Let's do Books by Bessie. This $55. So it's saying that it needs to be reviewed. So after you reviewed it, you're like, it's already in my check register and I have already reconciled that transaction. So it took place in a previous month. So to get it out of this review state, you want to exclude it. So you would click on the link here or the click on the box and tell QuickBooks to exclude this. So QuickBooks will take it out of your for review list and it will put it in the excluded. And it will not go into your check register. And I believe, oh, I may be wrong. I'm not sure if it's 30 days or maybe you cleared out. I can't remember, but at some point, the excluded transactions will go away. But this is where you don't want that in your register and you want to take it out of your for review because it's already been recorded or maybe it's been voided or something. Okay. So I think that's all I kind of wanted to show you. You can see that there's a lot more transactions that needed to be reviewed. It's really important to probably look at this daily and take care of these transactions on a daily basis. That's what I would recommend that you do. Okay. All righty. So really quick, and unfortunately, there are 2 things that I did not get to, but I did mention it, and that was, of course, sales tax. Sales tax again, depending on how you have QuickBooks set up, you will have to go to taxes payable link and actually pay your sales tax and your payroll tax. The other thing is reporting. because reports are very important in your business. And let me show you some different reports. Okay. So QuickBooks, and it depends on your subscription, but the reports are in business overview. And then you have kind of like another little drawer that opens up, and then here's reports. And so on the reports, you have 3 different tabs. You have standard, customized report, and management reports. So just because of time, I'm just going to talk about the standard. So if you remember at the different subscription levels that we talked about, where you can have 45 different reports or 65, depending on your subscription level, these are where those reports are. So they are categorized by what your favorites are. So you have, if you have reports that you are going to use on a continuous basis, then you can make them your favorites. And you have 3 possibilities there. Then you have your business overview, which would include your balance sheet, your profit and loss, which those are really important documents that you need to make good business decisions on, as well as pay your taxes on. Then who you owe. So this is all of that, the vendors, or who owes you money, sorry. This is your customers who owe you money. Here is a listing of your sales and your customers. So if you want to find out, get a contact list of all your customers, this is where you would go. Then who you owe money to, this is all your vendors, and where you would also look at your 1099s that you'll have to submit at the end of the year. And then the different lists for your vendors, your sales tax, employees, and then your accountant has some lists too. And then you have payroll. So we're going to go back up to favorites. I'm just going to show you the profit and loss real quick. So we can click on profit and loss. And we have some ways that we can actually rearrange our profit and loss report. We can look at it by year to date. We can look at the last month report, or the projected next month, what we're projecting for our the next month or week coming up. And anytime we change anything in this, we always want to click run report so it can give us that new report. We can also change how the columns are displayed. Right now we have total only, but maybe we want to look at our profit and loss as it looks every day. Whew, that'd be a lot. Or on a weekly basis, or quarterly, or even by customers or vendors. So we can have it, customize it any way we want. If we want to look at the store, just like the Clovis store, what is their profit and loss? What was the Portales store? What is the profit and loss for our hardware department? So we can see, you know, are they making us money or are we losing money? We can also categorize the different columns and rows where it will show only active accounts and not accounts that have zeros. We don't want to see that because that can clutter up. We can compare our profit and loss from today to what it was this time last year, or a previous period, or what it was like last month. The accounting method, we can use accrual and cash, and just because of time, I highly recommend, that's a great conversation to have with your SBDC consultant that they can talk to you about. So anyway, as I make changes, as I said, I want to click Run Report, and I can also go into Customize, and that will allow me to make some more changes. But I'll just do Run Report, and because I changed it to the last month. So I want to see what we did in July of 2023. So on this income report or profit and loss, which is the same thing, is going to show us our total income, which is over $6,000 here. Our cost of goods sold based on those sales that we made for the previous year was $405. And then all of our other allowable expenses for the month of July. It gives us our total expenses here. And then our net operating income. So if we were, and then our net income. So if we were to pay, if we are a self-employed person and we are needing to pay our self-employment tax, then we would use this number, the net income, and apply our self-employment percentage to that number and pay taxes, whatever that number comes up to be based on this net income. If you're a corporation, then you are going to pay corporate taxes, federal taxes on the $14.81.28. Okay. The other thing that we can do with reports is we can export them to Excel or to PDF. We can also add this to our management report. We can also print it, or we can email it. And as we go through and make changes on this report, we can always tell QuickBooks that, hey, because of the changes I made, I want you to save it, so I don't have to do it the next time. So we can click on the Save Customization button, and we can say, this is the monthly profit and loss. And we can either add it to a group, or if we wanted to share it with someone, maybe our accountant or something, we can do that. But we just want to name it monthly profit and loss and say save. Okay, I know that was quick. On our reports, we can always have our logo on it. Let me just show you what it looks like, and then we'll open up for questions. So this is what our profit and loss will look like. Maybe your lender needs your profit and loss statement from time to time, especially if you have a loan. They will tell you, hey, we need you to submit a profit and loss statement or even a balance sheet. And if you put the information in there correctly, you're comfortable with it, then your financial statements will be correct. And then of course the balance sheet, and I'll just show you this real quick, just basically shows you the amount that you have in your checking account, your savings, your accounts receivables, so all of your assets, and then all of your liabilities, and then your equity. And it's always as of a particular date. So whatever it is as of that particular day. All righty, we're over time. That's 2 minutes. We have some questions. Chris?
Let's see here. Somebody's asking for the link to the SBDC discount. So let me find that one and I'll put it in there.
Okay.
And then let's see. I don't see anything in the chat.
Okay.
quite yet, but I'm sure we have questions.
Okay. Okay, cool. You did the GRT link. All right. Okay. So with that, thank you all very much. I feel like that we really did rush through that lather part pretty fast. And one of the things that we do offer is that, you know, a lot of you probably will need a little bit more information or you have questions, then definitely reach out to the SBDC in your area. And if you're not sure who that is, then Christopher can definitely help you with that. And then they can help you. And if they need to bring me on board, then I can be available to help you as well. So we definitely appreciate everyone. And I'm going to turn it back over to Christopher for some final words and some more directions that we need from you all to fulfill for us. And we appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for attending today's webinar. I want to tell you that you'll get a follow-up survey for this webinar, maybe within the next 3 days. It is recorded and we will put it on the NMSBDC YouTube channel, but everybody registered for today's webinar. I'll send you the link directly. The follow-up material is on our website, and let me put in the chat the website to the follow-up material, including the let's see what's in there, and I'll tell you exactly what's in there. The student guide for QuickBooks Online, financial statement terms, pre-planning for QuickBooks, and introductory training for business owners. And then, of course, the QuickBooks discount offer. It's on that link under the heading QuickBooks Online. We want to thank Dr. Sandra Taylor-Sawyer for the wonderful webinar. We like to do this webinar at least once a year, and we're considering a online desktop version, and we'll talk more about that. If you do want to meet with your local SBDC, please sign up on our website at nmsbdc.org. Everybody on this webinar has already signed up as a client. And I'm sure, Sandra, you've been getting the emails about new client signups. And we work hard to get back with you in a timely manner for the new client signups. You could always visit our website, and under locations, I'm going to chat out the locations link. You could find the location nearest you and the contact information is on that locations page. But it would really behoove you to meet with somebody at your local SBDC. If you could get through that webinar I chatted out about gross receipts taxes, I guarantee you I'll sit with you for an hour and help you with your gross receipts tax report, but you got to take the webinar first. And I don't have anything else. I'll let you have the last words, Dr. Sandra Taylor-Sawyer.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to point out to Omar that pre-planning document that Chris mentioned that's on our website, that's definitely the one that you want to review before you start your QuickBooks Online. So that's the document I was referring to. So thank you all very much. Hopefully this was gave you a little bit of breathing when it comes to QuickBooks Online, but we are definitely here to help. So thank you, and you all have a great rest of your day.